uyaqala ikomishini.
You're still under oath. Mr. Important,
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Makituana.
Molo, Mhlekazi Makituana. Good morning, sir.
Chairperson, before I resume, we're just going to check. We had made an arrangement. The witness's father comes from the Eastern Cape. Is here for a few days, and I'm just checking to see if he's around. And we had intended to make a request whether his father could just sit behind him while he's around. I know that
I wouldn't have any objection to that.
Thank you, Chairman.
I take it his surname's the same.
Yes.
Is Mr. Magidiwana Senior here?
Someone is going to check. He might be coming later. Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to get that. If he comes later, we'll do it after tea. Thank you, Chairperson.
Isicelo sokuba xa ukhona utata wakha ngizoxoxa xa ifika uzawuhlala phemva kwakhe usihlalo uthakana ngxaki naloo nto leyo.
Right. Mr. Makidwana, we had gone up to paragraph 23 of your statement. At the point at which you lost consciousness as you were being put into an ambulance. Remember that?
Izolo ke siye sagqibezela kulaa ndawo busithi phambi ngexesha ubufakwa phaa kwi-ambulance khona apho wawuke walahlekelwa ingqondo okanye wafa isiqaqa.
Kunjalo Mhlekazi.
It is so, sir.
Okay. Okay. Please don't call me sir. You can reserve that for the chairperson.
Uyamcela ukuba ungambizi umhlekazi.
Thank you.
Ungabiza ke usihlalo ibe uba ngumhlekazi.
All right. According to your statement, you say you woke up, you came to, as it were, after a couple of weeks, and you were at that stage at Sunning Hill Hospital.
Othi ke waqabuka emva kweveki ezithile use Sunning Hill esibhedlele.
Njalo Mhlekazi.
It is so, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir. So, can you just tell the Commission how, just the number of hospitals that you were taken to, just briefly?
Ucela ke umhlekazi ukuba uchazele into yoba wasiwa kwizibhedlele ezingaphi.
Ndavuka ndiseSunning Hill.
I regained my consciousness in Sunning Hill Hospital.
ICU.
In the ICU.
Ndabe ndingakwazi uthetha.
I was unable to speak by then.
Yes.
Ewe.
Sendibona ndikwazi nje ujonga ndimbona umuntu ba kubani qha ndingakwazi uthetha.
I could see and would recognize a human being. The only thing was that I could not speak.
Ndiye ndaphuma ke apho ndabheka eMedicare.
I was then from there transferred to Medicare.
Yes.
Ewe.
Emedicare benibale ndisiya kwi-special doctor ko-Fencrest nase-Man Park.
At Medicare, I would consult or go to the special doctors, and also at Millpark in Fencrest.
Right. And Medicare, is that the Medicare in Rustenburg?
The Medicare uthetha ngayo ileyisi Rustenburg.
Iyo.
It is the one.
And on a lighter note, is it true that the nurses realized that you were, the first time they realized that you were able to speak is when you tried to celebrate a goal on a soccer game?
Yinyani ukuba abongikazi baye bafumanisa uba uyathetha ngela xesha ke kwakukho kudlalwa umdlalo wesoka ke ngeli xesha ke wawuvuya.
Ya inyani leyo.
Yes, that is true.
Ukwazi kwami uthetha ndiqale ngoba ndibabona abantu kwabe kuqhubeleka kudlala igame bendithethisa kunzima uthetha ndibane ndivuthelisa izinto ezivuthelwa pha kunzima uthetha kodwa kwathi ba late na kuzodlala kudlala iChiefs andisayikhumbula baze yiyona ntoni kuba nomlandeli wayo omkhulu yathi ngayikora ndaqalisa ndathi yes ngathi nje bathwapha.
What I remember is that there were games that were being played, and there were people who tried to make me talk, but I was unable to talk by then, and they would make me blow in some other things. And what I remember is that on that day, Kaizer Chiefs was playing with another team, and when a goal was scored, it was then that I jumped and said, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just for the sake of the commission, we were told by the witness that that is a particular game which was flooded with hailstones, and we're just checking the date, so we'll be able to match what that date was.
Kwakuna izantyala ngalo mini bazojongisisa ba kwakunini na usuku apho yadlala khona iChiefs.
The therapeutic power of watching sport on television.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairperson. Right. Now, okay, after more recently, after your discharge, you say you were eventually discharged in November. Thereafter, you've gone in and out of hospital. Can you just tell the Commission briefly the other visits after your discharge in November?
Uthi ke esibhedlele waphuma kungoNovember kodwa kwabakho amaxesha apho bunokuthi uye esibhedlele. Khawusixelele ke ngalo maxesha emva kwakhutshiwe esibhedlele umane usiya kwakho esibhedlele.
Esibhedlele ngumuntu ohamba esibhedlele sukela kwandalemalayo.
Since I got injured, I'm a person who usually goes to the hospital.
Nangoku ndicelile kuba ndize apha.
And even now, I asked for permission to be present here.
Ndizonika ubungqina ngoba kufuneka ndiyocheckwa kwelicala apha eFencrest ku-doctor, special doctor.
Because I was supposed to go to the special doctor for checkup. He's pointing at the left thigh, saying that I have to see a special doctor for checkup there.
And were you admitted again for a week towards the end of January?
Ekupheleni kaJanuary buke walaliswa ixesha elingangeveki kakhona.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Right. Now, the next. I'm sorry. You've also testified that during your stay in hospital, that is up to your release, you were under police guard.
Ngeli xesha wawulele esibhedlele kwaze kwafikela xesha ukhutshwa ngalo wawugadwe ngamapolisa.
Amapolisa zendigade eSunning Hill.
I was under police guard in Sunning Hill Hospital.
Nalapha eMedicare.
And as well as at Medicare.
ndiyohlukana na kwisibhedlele semine eVanderkop.
Then at the mining hospital, Vanderkop, it was then that I parted ways with them.
And the Andrew Safi Hospital, that's where you were discharged from, is that correct?
Was esibhedlele kuse Andrew Safi apho waphuma khona ke ngoku esibhedlele.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And it is also so that you were then at that stage added on as accused number 273 in the case of murder and attempted murder of the other of 34 workers and a few other charges, which charges were provisionally withdrawn. Were you then taken to court to make an appearance and added onto the charge sheet?
Yaziwa into yokuba waye wenza umtyholwa u-273 apho kwizimangalo zokubulala nokuzama ukubulala kuye kwabakho nezinye izimangalo ke ezinye ezathi emva kwexesha zachithwa wake wahamba wayovela enkundleni kamantyi.
Ndiliyovela enkundleni kamantyi.
I did appear in court.
Yes, and after that appearance where you went just to be added onto the others, have you since appeared with the other 200 and something last week where that case was remanded to October?
Ususela ngela xesha ke wongezwa njengomnye kwabamangalelwa wawuvile nawe enkundleni kamantyi kuviki epheleyo apho kwathiwa kakhona elityala lizawungena kakhona enkundleni ngo-October.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And can you maybe tell the Commission how do you feel about the fact that you were charged for the murder of the other 34 people?
Mr. Mpofu, I don't think that answer is going to help us to answer the questions that have been included in the terms of reference. I understand he's not satisfied about it, but I don't propose hearing any evidence of it.
Well, Chairperson, my understanding of the terms of reference is that this issue is covered, albeit indirectly, and this.
The answer is obvious. He's not satisfied in charge. He's dissatisfied. You don't have really evidence on that. It's not going to help us to answer the specific questions as to what happened on the day in question by being told he's dissatisfied he's being charged with murder of the 34.
Yeah. No, Chairperson.
I don't want to appear unsympathetic because I can understand how he feels.
Yes.
But really, if we can have a lot of evidence of this kind, and the unfortunate predictions of yesterday that we may need another extension may actually come true.
Well, Chairperson, with respect, I just want to indicate that as far as I'm concerned, this is not just a casual chit-chat. It's a matter that is covered by the terms of reference, namely whether or not this commission, at the end of it, will refer certain matters to the certain agencies and
yes,
all
I
that.
understand that. We're fully aware of that term of reference. We will comply with it. The fact that this gentleman is dissatisfied with being charged is a factor which we can take notice of without his telling us, and that will be borne in mind in regard to any references we may make in terms of the terms of reference.
Uyatsho ke uzayinika ingqwalasela ke into yokuba ubawolo naye ingqina alixoliswa okanye analisekanga ngokuba libekwe lityatyekwe ngezityholo.
Anyway, okay, Mr. Makitwana. And in any event, the issue is that those charges will be hanging over your head until October. Is that correct?
Inyani into yokubana uzobujongene nezo zityholo kude kube ngu-October. Injalo loo nto?
Injalo mhlekazi.
It is so, sir.
Then you deal in your statement with, if I may just jump to the last paragraph, 29, just for the sake of sequence. There you say that you are still in severe pain from the wounds on your legs, abdomen and elbow, and your testicles, and that you have been advised that there's a strong possibility that you may never be able to father any children. Can you tell the Commission briefly what the doctors have said in relation to that?
Usho into yokuba usekwintlungu ngenxa yamanxeba onawo emlenzeni nasesiswini nasengqinibeni nalapha esineneni. Uthi ke kuthe kungenzeka into yokuba ungabi nakwazi ukuba ube ngutata onabantwana, into exelelwe ngogqirha leyo. Ucela ukuba ngamazwi akho ummeli ukuchaza ngokwakho.
Hayi injalo mhlekazi.
It is so, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you how you feel about that.
Andizokubuzwa ke ukuba uziva njani ngaloo nto.
Now the next issue is that there has been some suggestion, isn't it so, by the police that at the time of the shooting, there was a gun which was found on you or near you. It's not quite clear, but in your possession, I think is a better way of explaining it.
Kumapolisa kuthiwa athi kukho umpuke owafumaneka kuwe okanye kufuphi nawe. Injalo loo nto.
Yabona mhlekazi lento yompu iphazamisa apha entloko kakhulu, iyandihlupha.
This issue of firearm is really troubling me in my mind. It's really bothering me.
Ngoba umpondi sukela ndaba ngumuntu andiwazi noba usetyenziswa kanjani.
Because since I was born, I don't even know how the firearm is used.
Kodwa bandifaka izityholo ezingezizo kum.
But they have labeled false accusations against me.
Have you ever handled a firearm in your life?
Ebomini bakho wake wawubamba umpu wena?
Zange.
Never.
Now, you say in your statement, going back to paragraph 27, that upon being asked many times by the police, you have told them that at no stage were you carrying a gun, as alleged by them, which you've just repeated now.
Njengoba usitsho ke nalapha kwentetho yenzileyo njengoba amapolisa ekubuza ngegani wabaxelela into yoba wena zange kuphathe igani wena njengoba ugqibe ukutsho nangoku.
Yatsho kanjalo mhlekazi.
I said so, sir.
And before we go on with this issue of this gun, can you tell the Commission what it is that you were carrying on that day?
Phamba ke siqhubekele phambili nalomba wompu khawuchazelele commission into yokuba wawuphethe ntoni ngalamini.
Ngaloo mini zendiphethe induku.
On that day I was carrying a stick.
Emnyama uthwala ibhunguzi.
It's a black one that we refer to as bunguza, like a nopkiri.
Yes. And when we play the videos, there is a stage where we will see that Nopkiri being pulled away from you as you are lying down on the ground. Do you remember that?
Njemba sizawudlala ivideo ke ebonisa ixesha wawulele phansi ukuthathwa ibhunguza pha kuwe. Uyayikhumbula loo nto leyo?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
I remember it.
Were you carrying any other weapon at all?
Sikhona isixhobo esingesinye owawusiphethe?
Hayi asikho.
No, there was no other weapon.
And is it also so that in another video that we played for you of the pile of weapons that had been collected there, you were able to identify your Nopkiri?
Inyani nento yokubana na kwivideo sikudlalele yona apho kwakuboniswa izixhobo ezininzi ezazi lapho kuloo ndawo wakwazi ukubona ibhunguza lakho wayibona intonga yakho?
Ndakwazi ulibona nangoku ingazi nobekwa apha ndingalikhetha ndithi nali.
I was able to identify it even now. If all of them can be put here, I can be able to identify it and say, here it is.
Right. Now, the investigating officer of the case for the allegations about firearm is one Captain Pule. Is that correct?
Umcuphi ke welicala eli lompu ku Captain Pule. Injalo lonto.
injalo.
It is so.
And we'll get to the statements, but in a nutshell, Captain Pule's statements suggest that he came to Sunning Hill a couple of times and found that you were still unconscious, but that at some stage he asked you about the issue of the gun and you denied any knowledge thereof. Is that so?
Ucheke statement saka senzileyo Captain Paul noba uye isihlandlo ezininzi pha Sunning Hill kodwa ngelo xesha wawungekabuyele ezingqondweni ungekaqabuki uthi ke wathi eva uxesha wakubuza ngompu wena ke wakhanyela injalo lonto.
Umuntu nxa ekhanyela mhlekazi ukhanyela into ayaziyo mina andiyazi ndamxelela ba leyo nto leyo andiyazi.
When a person denies, he denies something he knows, but I told him that I know nothing about that.
Okay. All right. Can you then tell the Commission in your own words about your dealings with Captain Pule from the time he started referring to this issue until the last time you saw him?
Khawuxelele le commission ke ngezinto ezisazenzeka ngaphakathi kwakho no Captain Pule ngelixesha wayeba wayezokutyelela kusukela ngala xesha wayegqibelisa ngalo ba kwakwenzeka ntoni na.
Ya Captain Pule ufika kwakhe wafika ngemini yokuqala apha eMedicare.
Captain Pule arrived on the first day there at Medicare.
Beba i3 omnye wamxela kodwa ngumuntu ongumama.
There were 3 of them, but he introduced the other one who was a female.
Ndaye ndaqaphela igama lakhe ke ndagcina igama lakhe namuntu besithi nguCaptain Pule.
I was able to see and kept his name, the one in fact who referred to himself as Captain Pule.
Wafika ebuza into yompu.
He arrived and asked about a firearm.
Nayo ndamxelela ba andiyazi lonto.
I told him I know nothing about that.
Watsho wafuna ukubheka endlini apho indaweni ndihlala kuyo.
He wanted to go to my place of abode.
Esithi ufuna uyojonga izixhobo into enazo pha endlini ba ndinantoni na.
Saying he want to see the kind of weapons that I have at home.
Ndamdirect uba makahambe kanjani.
I gave him directions as to how he should go there.
Webuya ngebuya unguSakalameni. Webuya esithi akayanga into azoyifuna ufuna istatement.
When he came back later that afternoon, he told me that he did not go there, but that he will obtain a statement.
Ndathi mina kuye andinokwazi umnika istatement ilawyer zingekho zami.
I told him I will not be able to give him a statement in the absence of my attorneys.
Ndazifonela kwabonakala ba azifumaneki ngokwefoni.
I tried to call them, but I could not get hold of them telephonically.
Wandifostela ke sithi akanokwazi uhamba apha engasithathanga istatement sami.
He then forced me, telling me he cannot leave there before obtaining my statement.
Ndamnika ke.
Then I made a statement to him.
Watsho wathatha ne-fingerprints.
He also lifted my fingerprints,
Wathi usayophanda.
saying he was going to conduct investigations.
Kodwa igama walithethayo ncezohamba yena wathi ngendlela othetha ngayo.
But the thing he said before leaving was, the manner in which you are talking,
Nam nilipolisa.
I also am a police officer.
Kodwa lento ithethayo mna iyandonelisa.
But that which you are saying satisfies me.
Watsho esithi mandinyamezele ndiqine ndizophila mandingakhathazeki ndiye kuhlele ndilila.
He says I must then be patient and be strong and to stop crying always.
Inyaniso izovela yona ngenye imini.
And that one of the days the truth will be revealed.
Waye wahamba ke.
He then left.
Yes. From that interaction, did you get the impression that Captain Pule believed your version that you were never involved with a gun or in possession of a gun?
Ngendlela awathetha ngayo Captain Pule wayebonakale umuntu okholelwa into oyithetha into kubanyani wena zange usebenzise mpu.
Zayikholelwa ngoba naye nxa ethethe isi statement uzanazo ziyi-3 zingafani. Ngoku ndabe ndibona mna lento ayithethayo ndiyazi ndamxelela uba lento uyithethayo ndiyazi.
He believed what I said, even though he said 3 different 3 things or statements. I told him that I know nothing about what he was saying.
Yes. Okay. Now we'll then move to the 3 statements that he was referring to, the 3 different statements. Chairperson, with EE2, I'm now going to deal with EE2.
Yes, I assume so. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Kwezi statement ke zintathu zingafaniyo ngoku.
If you go to page 1553 of EE2. If Chairperson, Commissioners can bear with me for a second.
Apha ke kule copy ye docket siya kwi paper u1553.
Okay, I've just misplaced some notes, but let's deal with the statement on 1553. The first statement there is a statement of a Captain Ngoko, NGQOKO.
Statement ke soqala apha ngesika Captain uNgqoko.
And Chair, I'm proposing to these are short statements, if maybe I should just read them into the record.
I don't know how necessary it is to read them into the record. Can you just briefly summarize them? I mean, they are before us. We can read them. Obviously, people in the auditorium probably aren't interested in all the details, but if you can give them the gist, give the gist at the same time.
Gist. Okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Bangazifundi zonke noba ngazama ukuthi ashwankathele kwenzela abantu abalapha bazova bakuthwane.
Okay. Effectively, the middle paragraph. Captain Ngoko says that he found about 12 people on the ground, protesters, I suppose.
Uthi ke no Captain Ngoko lo wafumana ke abaqhankqalazi abayi12 bese lele phansi emhlabeni.
And these were the people who had been shot.
Yaye ngabantu ababedutyuliwe abo.
Then he says he was approached by one Colonel Mere,
uthi kweza kuye uColonel Mere
who showed him 2 firearms.
owambonisa imipu emibini.
And he says that he was told that these were obtained from 2 of the people on the floor, as he puts it, which I suppose means on the ground.
Uthi ke lo mipu yayisemhlabeni kodwa ithathwe kubantu ababini.
Then he says that the colonel then pointed at the 2 people from whom he had obtained the firearms.
Uthi Colonel wamkhomba abo bantu babini awafumana kubo lo mipu.
And then he says he, that is Ngoko, then interviewed one of the people who had been pointed out to him, and that person said he was Mzoxolo Makidiwana.
Uthi ke yena uCaptain wa thetha nomnye wabantu kwathiwa kufunyenwe imipu kubo lo mntu wazichaza wathi yena ungumzoxolo Makidiwana.
And then he says the second person had already died.
Uthi ke lo wesibini umuntu yena kwakusekulela umbethe eswelekile.
And he says he then handed the firearms to the Lieutenant Colonel Mere.
Imipu wayinika uLieutenant Colonel Mere.
Then he said, you could not be taken to detention because you had serious injuries and the paramedics were busy with you. Later took you to hospital.
Zange bakwazi ukuthi bayokuvalela ngokuba wawonzakele ngendlela emasikizi kwangala xesha bezonyango lokhawulezileyo babe xakekile bekunceda ngelo xesha.
All right, are you aware of that statement?
Unolwazi ngeso statement eso?
Aye.
No.
No, I mean, has this statement been shown to you or discussed with you?
Lento igqiba ufundwa ngoku uke waxelelwa ngayo wayichazelwa.
Ixelelo ligqwetha lam.
My attorney told me about it.
Okay. Then the next statement is on page 1555.
Sinye istatement esilandelayo ngesiku 1555 sona.
That one is from a warrant officer, Dix.
Esike siphuma ku warrant officer Dix.
And it's in Afrikaans.
Sona sibhalwe ngesibhulu.
And there's just one relevant paragraph which I'll read out.
Ikhona nje iparagraph ethile enza kufundela enzayifunda.
He says that ongeveer 1600 het ons die skare begin spreid met water.
At about 1600 hours we started praying with ngosimbi yesine saqala ukuba sipraye ngamanzi.
And he's talking about the 16th.
Uthetha nge16.
And he says, ek het gesien dat swart man geklee in 'n groen swart badjie, 'n vuurwapen, pistool en swart holster, 8 sy broek, 8 trek.
Dabona umuntu omnyama awe inxibe ibhatyi eluhlaza ephethe ke ngokumpu ekhupha kwisingqobo esimnyama.
And that neergooi op de grond.
Wayilahla phansi emhlabeni.
Ek het gehardloop en die vuurwapen en holster weggeskuif van hom af om die toneel te beveilig.
Baleka wayoyifihla ukuba izokwazi ukuba ikhuseleke.
Lieutenant Colonel Mere het die vuurwapen en swart holster toe gaan optel.
Lieutenant Colonel Mere wahamba ke wayothatha lo mpu kunye nesingqobo sawo.
Okay. And that statement has also been discussed with you, correct?
naso ke ndiyenda yasashukutwa sathethwa nawe esi statement is injalo loo nto.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Now, the last one is on 1557, which is the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Mere, M-E-R-E.
Esi sokugqibela ngesiko 1557 ngesika Lieutenant Colonel Mere.
Sorry, Chairperson. Now, on this one, Mere effectively says that there was a male person who was wearing a grey trouser, black shoes, and a green tracksuit, shooting at the TRT team of the police, and later at the police Nyala, where he was a passenger.
Into ayithethayo into yokuba kwakukho lo mntu ke wayinxibe ile nto i-grey kunye nento engaphezulu umntla eyayiluhlaza kuthiwa owayedubula emapolisa emva kwexesha waze edubulanga i-TRT emva kwexesha ke wadubula inyala uthi le wayekhwele kuyo yena.
Then he says he saw this person. The male person was 50 meters away from the Nyala when I saw him falling on his stomach, removing a holster and later a .288 pistol with a magazine from his body.
Uthi ke yindoda leyo umgama phakathi kwayo kunye nenyala yayizimitha ezingama-50 wawa ngesusu wakhupha ke eso singqobo eso uthe yayi mpu kuthiwa iZ88 owawukade ke unemagazini ekhupha emzimbeni wakhe.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's Z88. Then he says he ordered, or rather he said he kept this person on his side all the time.
Uthi lo mntu wayemjongile lonke ixesha.
And then he says he ordered that Nyala to be stopped. The Nyala was BHL 093B. And then he noticed that this person had sustained a gun wound.
Uthi ke i-number plate yalo nyala owayixelela uba mayime yayingu BHL 093B. Uthi wafumanisa uba lo mntu lowo ufumene ukonzakala ngokudutyulwa ngompu.
And then he says the firearm was removed by Warrant Officer Dix of Johannesburg and handed over to him, Mira.
Lo mpu lo wathathwa ke kwelo ndawo yesihlakalo ngu-Warrant Officer Dix waze yena wawunikwa ngulo Dix wase-Johannesburg Pops.
And then he gives the serial number and he says he gave it to the LRC, which I suppose wanted to say the LCRC.
Uthi ke waye wanika enganiki LRC kodwa ke wenza impazamo befuna ukuthi bawugqithisela ku LCRC.
Yes, I'm quite sure the LRC will deny having been handed this.
Ndikholwa into yoba ne-LRC izayiphika loo nto leyo.
Now, then he says that he realized that it was a Z88 pistol and looked the same as that issued by the police, effectively.
Uthi waqaphela into yokuba yi-Z88 ifana nale amapolisa oMzantsi Afrika ayinikwayo.
Then he went to this person, that means the person he's been talking about. The person introduced himself to him as Mr. Mzoxolo Makidiwana.
Uthi waya kulo mntu lo mntu wazichaza ezazisa ukuba yena ungumzoxolo Makidiwana.
Then he says he warned this person according to his constitutional rights and arrested him.
Uthi ngokwamalungelo wakhe waye ke wamlumkisa lo mntu lo ngokwamgaqoseko woMzantsi Afrika wambamba waze wambamba.
for the possession of unlicensed firearm. The Z88 had an emblem of the SAPS.
uthi ke ngokufunyanwa enempu ongena phepha mvume iZ88 eyayinombhalo wamapolisa iSAPS.
And then the next part, he says he went, and I've given the customary warning to Mr. Nsebeza on this one. He says that he saw an African male person wearing a green blanket.
Uthi ke wabona indoda yomntu omnyama okanye umAfrika efake ingubo eluhlaza
with a white t-shirt
neskipa esimhlophe
and a grey trouser.
nebhulukwe egrey.
This person also fired rounds to the police nyala with a handgun.
Naye lo waye wadubula inyala yamapolisa ngompu.
And he says he realized that he was a leader of AMCU.
Uthi wafumanisa intoba yayinkokheli yeAMCU.
Suppose I should have given the warning to Ms. Barnes as well. And then he says he saw the same person firing to the direction of the TRT.
Uthi wambona kwakhona lo mntu edubula ejongise kwi-TRT.
And he says the same person was also wounded and he died
Kodwa naye lo mntu wangqwelekeka waze wasweleka
at the scene.
kwisehlakalo.
But, well, sorry, the part is mine. He said, before he died, this person introduced himself as Nkisani Kagaza.
Kuthiwa phambi basweleke lo mntu wazichaza wathi unguNkishani Xhakaza.
Of AMCU, and he said he's one of the leadership.
Wathi ke ungomnye wenkokheli zeAMCU.
And I think after that declaration, then he died.
Emva nba ethethe lo mazwi ke wasweleka.
All right. Now, the first thing that I need to deal with is whether these, assuming these are the three statements that Captain Pule was saying, are saying different things. But the gist of the statements, except for the one of Dix where you are not identified, is that you were in possession of this Z88 pistol with a SAPS emblem. What do you say to that?
Unqontsonqa ke walento ethethekayo kwezi statements zintathu ngaphandle kwesi sika Dix ngoba yena akakhankanye kuso. Ezi zimbini statement uyakhankanya kuthiwa wawuphethe iZ88 umpulo owawunombhalo wamapolisa.
Yes, so the question was, what do you say to that?
Umbuze ke ba wena uthini ngalonto leyo.
Bubuvuvu.
That is nonsense.
Right, well, as if that is not enough, if you go to 1561, page 1561, these are entries into the occurrence book or such book of the police.
Investigation diary.
The investigation diary. Thank you, Chairperson.
Asiya koliphepha ke kulapho ke uku abenza uphando abathi babhale ku diary yabo khona eliphepha.
There, the Z88 pistol, which has the serial number given by Mere, is said to have a magazine with 15 rounds. And I think we have been told before that that is the capacity of that firearm. Can you see that?
Uyachazwa ke ngoku njengoba kukhutshwe kubhalwe ne-serial number yalompu kuthiwa ke ngoku i-cassette leyo okanye imagazini yawo yayikade ine-rounds eziyi-15 kwaye ikwazi ukuba ifake iimbumbulu ezinjalo kanye elo nani. Uyayibona loo nto leyo njengoba ibhaliwe? I see it.
Yes. And before I explained it to you a couple of days ago, did you know what a holster is?
Ngaphambi uba ndizochazela ukuba yintoni ke iskey esi sinxibo sokufaka umpu. Buyazi into yoba yintoni ngaphambili?
Hayi bendingayazi ndiyibuze phaa kwigqwetha uba yintoni loo nto leyo.
I didn't know it. I asked from my counsel as to what was that.
And just for the sake of completion, of the people who were lying down, who had been shot together with you, who was the person who had a green blanket and a white t-shirt?
Kwabantu ke badutyulwa kunye nawe belele kuloo ndawo uleli kuyo, kubani lo mntu wayenxiba iskipa esimhlophe nengubo elihlaza?
Ngumambushi.
It's Mambush.
And from your knowledge of what happened there, and the evidence later will show that you were actually lying next to Mr. Noki, are you able to say whether or not he would have had this conversation that he was a leader of AMCU with anybody?
Ngenxa into yokuba wena wawulele kanye uwele apho wayewele khona naye ke ngokufuphi nalapho wayewele khona uNoki, wava wena esithi yena uyinkokheli yeAMCU, wayiva loo nto?
Hayi suka ayikho loo nto ngoba umambushi sesefile.
No, away with that. There is no such a thing because Mambush had already died.
Did he speak to anybody after the shooting?
Kukhona umuntu owathi yena wathetha naye emveni ba kudutyuliwe.
Lipolice.
Sorry, Chairperson, before he answers that question, perhaps I'm missing something. When evidence was led regarding the person who was said to have been interviewed by the police, who then died afterwards after having said that he was a leader of AMCU, there was no name attached to it. Perhaps my learned friend can...
Look at page 1558. Look at page 1558. Para 3, second last line.
Yes.
Ucouncillor amapolisa ngafuna iqondo bakuthiwa lo mntu wathi wathetha zange alichaze ke igama lakhe lo wayithi inkokheli ubungubani, kodwa ke uthiwa makaye phaa ku-1558 awujonga khona.
Well, I see there's another name mentioned. It's not a Noki.
And that, but presumably the suggestion will be that, well, either it was somebody else, alternatively Mr. Noki gave the wrong name, but I don't see what's wrong with the question Mr. Mpofu has asked.
What appears to be incorrect, Chairperson, is my learned friend seems to suggest that it was Mr. Noki who said he was
Mr.
a leader of
Mpofu has led evidence indicating, we referred to other evidence which seems to indicate that this person so dressed was Mr. Noki. And he's then on the basis of that evidence, he then asked the following question. Now, I know that the person was allegedly, according to this document, introduced himself up with another name. Now, there are two possibilities. The one is the original suggestion that it was Noki is incorrect. The other possibility is that if it was Noki, that he gave the wrong name. But I don't think I can stop Mr. Mpofu leading the evidence in the way he's doing. It's a matter that can be cleared up in cross-examination later. So I disallow your objection. Carry on, Mr.
Kuthiwa walichaza ke igama lomntu wathi walibiza ubungubani nje masijonga kwi-statement nokuba wayinguye uNoki enganikezanga igama elingasilo lakhe okanye kodwa loo nto nje meyakuqhutyekwa kubuza imibuzo izawucaca.
Thank you, Chairperson. And perhaps my learned friend missed the question where I asked the witness, of the people who were lying there, who was the only person with a white shirt and a green blanket?
I said you adduced evidence which
Yes.
indicated
Thank you, Chairperson.
that certainly your case was that this person must have been Noki because he's the only one so dressed. But,
Thank you, Chairperson.
But Tim, that's the matter can be
Yes,
dealt with in
just
cross-examination.
clearing. Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sizawuqhubekeka apho ngoba kuchaza ukuba yayingubani lo mntu uNoki.
Well, perhaps the police witnesses will clear this all up. But from where you are standing, you have told the commission that you deny this and that even Captain Pule said he believed you. Did he ever come back with the fingerprint results that he took from you? That is now Captain Pule.
Amapolisa ke azawuzama ngqina amapolisa azoyicacisa ke lonto leyo ngeli xesha ke u Captain Pule wayathatha ke i-fingerprints kuwe waza kuwe neziphumo zezo fingerprints wayezithatha kuwe
Akabuye nangoku.
even now he has not came back.
Now, before we move away from this, there is, I just want to clear up some of the statements that Captain Pule took from you. Chairperson, the big numbering sort of stops at
Numbering stops at 1576.
At 1576, and then immediately thereafter.
There would appear to be two statements. One is marked A5.
Yes.
The second one, I think, is marked A5, the top right-hand corner. The other one, the earlier one, is not marked at all. Well, I don't know if it's earlier, but it's earlier in the bundle is not marked at all as far as I'm seeing.
No,
It's not dated.
Yes, Chairperson. And maybe just for the sake of completion, before I go to those statements, if I may just quickly go through the statement at 1551, Chair, which is also a Captain Pule statement. Doesn't really say much, but just for sequence. If you turn to page 1551 first, Mr. Makidwan.
Xa singatshila ke phaa kwi-statement saka Captain Pule phaa ku-1551.
Okay, I'm just going to paraphrase. This is a statement of Captain Pule, taken on the 28th of August 2012, wherein he basically says that he came there and he visited at Sunning Hill and you were still in a serious condition and with injuries from the waist, and you're still unable to talk or to walk, and that your warning statement is still outstanding, and the nurses indicated that you will not be discharged soon.
Apha ke into ayithethayo into yenzeke nge-28 ka-August 2012 uthi phaa yena uCaptain Pulekeni kwakhe eSunning Hill imeko yakho yayimaqongo kakhulu ngoba wonzakele esinqeni ungakwazi ukuthetha ungakwazi nokuhamba ngoba wayesafuna ukuba kunike ngoku i-warning statement kodwa ke uthi athi amanesi kuye awusoze ukhutshwe esibhedlele kwithuba elifutshane.
Right. Then we go to the unmarked statement. In other words, the one that is before A5.
Yeah, ke kwesi singabhalwanga isingaphambi ko-A5 statement.
Now, according to, let me put it this way. It says, I don't deny the allegation put against me on 16/05/2012. I was at Wonderkop Nkaneng at the Hill attending a meeting of Lonmin employees who were on strike. I will further explain all before my lawyers. Now, the first part, which I've discussed with you, we don't know how it came about. Maybe you can just assist the commission. Did you ever say that you did not deny the allegations? And if you did, what allegations had been put to you?
Ask the question, would it not be helpful if we took the pages after 1576 and marked them 1576 A, B, C, etc.
That would be...
So when we refer to them,
Absolutely.
then we know what we're talking about.
Thank you, Chair.
So the first document then is 1576A. That one?
A, yes.
1576.
Next one is B.
1576.
C. D.
Then A5 is 1576C.
To F. One five seven six. 576. Oh yes. The sequence is.
Yeah. I think that will make it easier. So I
thank
suggest you repeat the question you were asked when I put that to you, so that because I'm sure the witness like me is unable to remember it, and then he can then answer.
Thank you, Chairperson. What I read for you now comes from 1576B. And the question I had asked is regarding the first sentence of 1576B, where it says, I don't deny the allegation put against me. What allegation was that? And or can you just assist the Commission what that discussion, how that discussion went about?
Uthi ke ngoku xa efunda apha kwi-statement esikuthiwa sithathwe ngubawo lo uthi into ekuthiwa uyayithetha wena kuthiwa uthi awuziphiki izitsholo obekwe zona.
Oh, sorry, it's in the singular. It says, I don't deny the allegation put against me.
Uthi awuziphiki isitsholo obekwe sona. Ukuba ke ngoku wawuthetha into enjalo into afuna uyazi ke ngokummeli wakho into yokuba esi sitsholo wawuthetha ngaso wawusithi awusiphiki ukuba wawutshilo ngesiphi.
Wandibuza ba bendikhona na entabeni we-16 ndathi ewe bendikhona.
He asked me if I was present on the mountain on the 16th, and I said yes, I was present.
Okay, apart from that allegation, was there any other thing that you said you don't deny?
Ngaphandle kweso sitsholo eso ikhona enye into owake wathi wena awuyiphiki.
Konpinde.
Can you repeat?
Apart from that allegation of whether or not you were at the copy on the 16th, was there any other allegation that you said you do not deny?
Ngaphandle kwale into yokuba wawuvumile ukuba wawupha entabeni sikhona esinye isitsholo waxela ngaso waze wathi wena awuyiphiki loo nto.
Sikhona isitsholo wandixelela ngaso.
There is an allegation he told me about.
Which one was it?
Yayisi isitsholo santoni?
Sesi sompu.
Is that of a firearm?
And on that allegation, what was your response?
Kweso sitsholo sinjalo wena waphendula wathini?
Ndathi andazani nampu.
I said I know nothing about the firearm.
Okay. Now let's go to A5. I'm sorry. 1576E. It starts at C, but I'm taking you to E.
Siqala kusi kodwa ke ngoku ndicela siyojonga pha ku E.
Right. Here, the statement starts like this. I deny the allegation against me.
Uqala ngokuthi apha uyasiphika isitsholo bekwasona.
Then you say, on 16 September, I was at Vonderkop Hill. I can't read this. Where the mine employees were on strike, and then on that day, the police started to surround us, and I heard the sound of a gunfire, and we started to run into different directions. I was shot on the left hip, and I fell down. The other bullets hit me on the other side of the body. I sustained 7 gunshots, and that on that day I was never in possession of a firearm. I was only having a stick, that is all.
Into ithethayo ke kwesi istatement oba isitsholo otyatye kwasona uyasiphika uthi apha ngomhla we-16 wawuse Vonderkop entabeni apho ke abasebenzi basemine babe kuqhankqalazo ngalamhla amapolisa aqala ukunirhanqela wava ke ngoku kudubula imipu umpu naqala ukubalekela kwindawo ezahlukeneyo wadutyulwa apha ngasekhohlo esinqeni wawela phantsi uthi ezinye imbumbulu zachana apha ecaleni emzimbeni waba dutyulwa ngembumbulu ezisixhenxe ngalamhla uthi zange wena uphathe mpu kodwa ke wawuphethe intonga yodwa yiyo yonke into itshoyo leyo.
Okay, now once again what is confusing here is that both of these two statements that I've read to you are not dated, so maybe Captain Pule one day will explain to us.
Correct. I think it's a fair assumption that the second statement is dated the 4th of September. I think you see that from 1576.
1050, yes. The other one is not. Yeah.
Other one, as far as I can see, doesn't appear to be dated.
Yes, yes, that's...
Kuthiwa esinye sokuqala istatement ke sinedate 2 September esesibini asina date yaso.
Yes, no, maybe I should have said they are not both dated. Yeah, the one that is dated is the 1576C, and the point I really wanted to make is maybe Captain Pule will then explain what the sequence of the statement was and whether the one was a correction of the other or whatever the situation is. But what is your reaction to the allegation about you holding a firearm?
Ndithemba oba yena ke uCaptain Pule nguye ochaza ke ukulandelana kwestatement oba esi sosibini wayilungisa isokuqala na kodwa ke wena uthini ngesi sitsholo sokuba wawuphethe umpu.
Loo nto iyandihlupha leyo.
That thing is troubling me.
Mr. Mpofu, obviously the matter be taken up further, but I notice from page 1569 at the foot, 1569 at the foot, that the statement A4 was the investigating officer's statement, and it appears to have been filed on the 28th of August, and that statement we see at page 1551 and following. That's A4. And then the next statement that would have been filed would have been A5. The investigation diary that as far as I can see, we haven't got the page which refers to the filing of A5, but A5 is, as we've seen, the statement
of the 4th of the 9th.
Of the 4th of the 9th.
Correct.
Which is what you would describe as the second statement,
yes,
where there's a denial of the allegation
yes,
of the firearm. So the other statement, which isn't marked with an A with an A marking,
yeah,
which is the marking for statements that are filed in the docket, it's not marked, and wouldn't appear to have been filed because the next one in the docket is A5, yes, which we've seen.
That's correct.
So I think you've probably done enough from this witness to raise certain points that form the basis of cross-examination of the policeman, but I don't know that we need to spend much more time on it at this stage. I don't want to stop you making good points, but I think you've made certain points which, read with the point I put you, I think may...
Yes.
But my colleague, Advocate Hemraj, also wants to say something.
Thank you, Chair.
Kuthiwa ke sesibini statement uthe xa ephengulula kakuhle ejongisisa usihlalo wafumanisa uba kukho umhla ovelayo we-4 zaka September ku-statement sesibini kodwa ke sizawuqhubeka ngoba nayo Advocate Hemraj uCommissioner Khunta afuna ukuyitsho.
Advocate Hemraj points out. She points to page 1567 where we have, this is part of the investigation diary, The investigation diary doesn't appear to be filed in the right order, but we'll deal with that later.
Yes.
But 1567, which is C, which is the third page of the investigation diary, C3, contains an entry by the officer, I think, dated the 20th of August, in which he says in subparagraph 5,
yes.
please obtain the accused warning statement. So the accused warning statement hadn't been filed then, at least by the 20th of August.
No. Well, yes. We know that there was a request, but that request was unfulfillable.
You know, it hadn't been filed. That's all.
Yes.
It hadn't been filed.
Uyabonakala lapha okubhalwe khona apha ngomhla we-20 into yokuba makufunyanwe i-warning statement somtyholwa.
On the 28th, which we see the reference to A4, which is we see in the investigating officer's statement,
Yes.
is which is A4, is dealt with in the investigation diary, and the entry dated the 28th of August at the foot of page 1569. Doesn't talk about the filing of any statement by the accused. And on the same entry, the second paragraph of that entry states that the witness is still under medication. I think that's doctor's medication, and is unable to walk or write. I think that's the passage you referred to already.
Yes, and where it says he's still in a serious and weak condition.
Yeah. No. Anyway, the point I'm making is I think you put enough evidential material
Yes.
on the table in relation to the statement
Yes.
that I don't know that, obviously matters may be dealt with later in cross-examination and evidence by other witnesses, but I think you can possibly move on to another point with this witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Izinto sesixaxisiwe ke zawubuzwa lo mangqina amapolisa xa elapha sizawugqithela siye komnye umba olandelayo.
Right. Chairperson, if it's convenient to take the break now, because the next thing I'm going to deal with is a series of footage, and then while we set that up, we could do take a break, please.
The Commission will take the tea adjournment at this stage.
Okwangoku sisaye etini sizawuphinda sibuye ngakhona.
Mandala is known as night rider. Mandala is known as night rider. Fly by night. Stop sign is specific. Stop sign Tramaton. And submit to Saturday and submit to 384 store. One at the bottom store. It was like shop if you're able to support the store,
yeah. Most of the time, I'm not going to the last week, I know not to pick up the funds. Go was the last week, I reckon I should chips too.
But no story, you live in the popular after it, there are no meats. The more probably like close to it. Now I keep on looking at money. It's about 48 hours.
So, managing editors and
We hate even worse because by it's all. Especially with gay driving. From there, I can Hey, especially when boys. 1 second. 1 second. What is it? It's a good remedy. It's very clear. It's over road. Hey, tell me this is a mustache. Even so, I can't greet you. Yes. We shoot a picture, I guess. Baby, say more for this. Hey, Papa, this. Papa, hey, how much was that? Instead of when they clear, I could read film, I could read. That's how. I everybody say, you're robot or
Ya el otro vino y la abajo.
It's a mind. It's not your time. To have a work surgery.
Okay. So, Kenya must say that one. Oh, that is other something. What
I'm a coach.
No, sir.
Masime ngenyawo yaqhubekeka commission.
The commission resumes. Mr. Magidiwana, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, have you found the video clips you want to show?
Chairperson, sorry.
Found the video clips that you want to show?
Yes, we have. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you. Much appreciated. Chairperson, there's something that I wanted. Chairperson, there's something that I forgot to place on the record at the beginning and this morning.
Do I correctly assume that we now have Mr. Magidiwana Senior with us?
Yes, that is so, Chairperson, except that his surname is not the same as the son, but he is here. Thank you.
Kuyatshiwa ke into yokuba sekhona ke utata wakamzoxolo.
And he asked me to apologize, Chairperson. He didn't know that he would be called up today, so he didn't bring his jacket.
He was following the example of counsel. You wanted to tell us something before you show us the clips and answer the further questions.
Yes, Chairperson. I just wanted to clear something up. Some time ago, I think it must have been in October, I put a proposition to, I think it was Colonel Bota, if I'm not mistaken. And the basis of that proposition would have suggested that that this witness was arrested at scene 2. And I just wanted to make it so that it's not used against him. The mistake was mine. At that stage, I had not even consulted with him. He was still in hospital, and I was working on the basis of the documents. So I don't want to clear it. Maybe if it comes under cross-examination, then it might look like he's being evasive. All the blame for that should be placed on me. It was about this question about the guns, if you remember, Chairperson, where they were found.
Ufuna uxasa kule ndawo ngoba ngexesha wayebuza iColonel Bota elapha mbuza wathi esithi ingqina eli umzoxolo wabanjwa kwisihlakalo sesibini impazamo awayenzayo ngelo xesha lo nto efuna ucacisa kuseka ngoku.
Right. Mr. Magidiwana, before we play some footage, I just want to clear up a few things that have been raised either with Mr. Pacha or, yes, I think with Mr. Pacha specifically, just so that we clear them up. One of those pertains to a bit of the geography around the kraal. Is it so that as a person who keeps your livestock there, you are familiar with that area around the kraals?
Konto efuna usicacisa ingakumbi ezinye bezikhe zabuza napha kumhlekazi uPhatsha apho ke ngoku ube ugcine khona inkomo yakho la ngingqile ya uyayazi?
Yayazi?
Yes.
Now, if we go to Chairperson, I'm referring to B15. I don't know if it can be called up immediately. Exhibit B15. You've got? Thank you.
For the purposes of the technician chair, it's in Exhibit Documents 1 folder.
Ubizwa exhibit 1 ke lo P15.
Okay. In the meantime, we can use another. We can use. Have you got B, Mr. Interpreter? Okay. Can you go to B16 then? We won't use the picture. We can achieve the same. B16. That's a sketch plan. Have you got it?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
The picture is being shown to us, but it's shown sideways. I suggest that attempts be made to right it,
To rotate
so we
it.
can see it without craning our necks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Enlarged, it would help those of us suffering from presbyopia.
Kulo mfanekiso ke lo kuthethwa ngawo lo.
Thank you very much. All right, there was a suggestion which was put by various persons about why people didn't run towards the other crowds. So I just want you to confirm, look at the letter A, the actual letter, not where it's pointing.
Jonga pha ke kunonobumba mkhulu u-A apha.
Is it correct that where that letter is where that the shack that you see on B15, the shack that there have been a lot of evidence about, the solitary shack opposite the kraal, the small kraal?
Inyani na into kuba apho kubhalwe u-A ngonobumba omkhulu apha ne ile ndawo lo mkhukhu wakhelwe khona.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you look at it on B15, that shack, it looks like it has 2 black stripes on top of it.
Xa sijonga apha ke ngokweli bobo singathi kukho imigca emibini emnyama apha ngaphezulu kuphahla.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, according to B16, the wire fence that basically separates the kraal from that shack runs right through towards, well, it stops at the end of the picture. And is basically, would it be correct to say that fencing is between the veld, which is in the area of the copies, and the residential settlement?
Oluthango ke ngokoluhlukanisa oluvela apha olufika apho le mfanekiso phela khona lohlukanisa elibobosi nalandawo elicala lingapha lentaba lasentabeni lelo hlukanisa yona ilo thango.
Kunjani?
It is so.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Then, going again to what I call the geography around those areas. When you came to the mountain, or to the copy in the morning, and when you went to lunch, and then you came back, which road did you use?
Gel xesha wawuya pha entabeni ke phaa kusasa nakweli xesha wawuhamba uyowutya nakweli xesha ubuyela ngalo phaa entabeni wahamba ngeyiphi indlela?
ngale ndlela isuka eMarikana ibheke emikhokhweni.
The one that, the path that is from Marikana and leading to the informal settlement.
And is that the road that passes directly opposite the kraal, the entrance of the kraal?
Ile idlula apho ke ngokwesangweni lobuhlanti lo ndlela le
Small kraal.
obuhlanti buncinci.
Yeah.
Yes.
And where did the vast majority of the people who were at the copy, who came from the Nkaneng side, which road did they use to get there?
Uninzi ke labantu babesuka phaa eNkaneng besiya phaa entabeni babehamba ngeyiphi indlela?
Abehamba pha.
They were working on that one.
And since your evidence was that you arrived quite early, were you able to observe most of the people coming and sometimes even going?
Ngenxa yokuba uthi wafika kusekusasa kakhulu wawubabona abantu ngeli xesha befika abanye naxa behamba?
Andibabona.
I could see them.
And before the episode that we spoke about where the Nyala closed off the road near the kraal, did you observe what happened to part of the crowd?
Ka phamba uzobona inyala ke ivala indlela. Wabona into kuba kwenzeke ntoni kwabanye abantu na? Abaqhankqalazi.
Ndabona.
I saw.
What did they do?
Benza ntoni?
Bahamba ngalandlela besophuma ngayo.
They walk on that road on which we are going to pass through.
And where did they proceed to?
Ba besiyaphi?
Enkaneng.
To Nkaning.
And I guess what I'm really asking you is, when your group, according to you, made that attempt which was blocked by that Nyala, were you the first people to use that road as an escape route, as it were?
Njengoba nithi ke phakula ndlela navalwa inyala, nina nalingabantu bokuqala na ukuthi nifuna ukuphuma ukuhamba ngayo ngalo ndlela leyo?
Sesilandela abanye bese behambeni.
We were following the others who had already left.
Okay. All right. We'll deal with that as well, with the pictures and the videos. I just wanted to lay the basis, Chairperson.
Sizawuya ke kuyo sicacise kakuhle ke ngevideo nemifanekiso.
Excuse me. And given the evidence that you've now given about the fencing and all that, was there any other way to access that road except the gap that you say in your statement was the only gap left?
Ikhona enye indlela naninoyisebenzisa ke ngaphandle kwala gap wawusithi yayo yodwa enaninohamba ngayo? Ikhona enye indlela enaninohamba ngayo?
Ayikho.
There was no other way.
All right. Now, the evidence is that at least the group that you were part of, I accept that you say other people had already escaped, but that the group that you were part of at first tried to put this neutrally, to move ahead of the Nyala, or the Nyala number 4, which was pulling the wire. You remember that?
into endifuna ukuyitsho into yokuba eli qela wawuhamba nalo nanezam into yokuba niyishile nidlule ke ngoku le nyala yesine.
Ewe.
Yes.
And then what the police call the second attempt was at the point at which the Nyala met up with the crawl and closed off the road. You remember that?
Uyakhumbula ke ngoku le nto yesibini apho iyathi inyala yasondela apha kubuhlanti yayizovala indlela. I remember it.
And then the last and fatal attempt was the one where after you had gone behind the crawl. Is that correct?
Imizamo okanye inzame zethu zokugqibela ezingazange zibe mnandi ngeli xesha ke kuna nizama ukuthi nijike lapha emva kobuhlanti. Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
Ndayikhumbula.
I remember it.
Right. Okay. In all those efforts, what did you, and now I'm asking you, intend to do?
Kwezo nzame ubuzenza ndibuza wena yintoni le wafuna ukuyenza?
Ndandifuna ubheka enkaneni.
I wanted to go to Nkaneng.
Okay. And the police are going to suggest that your intention in all those attempts was to attack the police, I suppose, with your stick.
Amapolisa wona ke bazawuthi imigudu beniyenza ngelo xesha benisenza izo nzame into yokuba benifuna ukuhlasela okanye wena bufuna ukuhlasela amapolisa ngaloo ntonga buyiphethe.
Ayikho loo nto le.
There is no such a thing.
Now, can we go to the first video?
Ucela siye kwi-video ke yokuqala.
I'm going to need the great assistance of Ms. Pillay on these ones. How we've identified is CI20 from the SAPS hard drive, but I don't know if that's the formal identification. It's 16th of August.
We've not seen it before. If we haven't, it must be given an exhibit number.
I think we have, Chair. We have. We have seen this one, certainly.
At some stage, it must be identified.
Yes.
As
Thank you.
With the correct exhibit identification.
When I say video one and so on, just for the sake of everybody, you can ignore that. That is just my code with the people up there. But we will identify the videos themselves. Okay, can you do number one?
This is the 16th of August 2012 at School at Wonderpop concerning the Dorming strike. Here's the cover. Now correction 11.
Okay. I'm just going to make certain observations from this video for your confirmation. Sorry. And if any of them are contested, then it will be played at some other stage. Were you able to hear the voiceover from the person who probably took the video, suggests that it was taken at 11:45, 10:45 in the morning of the 16th?
Umvile ke lo mntu berekhoda ngala video pha ngoku ilizwi lakhe bethetha besithi le video yathathwa kusekusasa ngo-10:45 ngomhla we-16.
Ndimvile.
I heard him.
Now, this is a matter that I also dealt with Mr. Pacha, but at that stage I wasn't sure where I got the idea of the time. Did you observe that moving up and down of those people singing as early as around that time?
Uyababona ke pha kumabona kude ngelo xesha abantu becula benyuka besihla ngelo xesha.
Yababona.
I see them.
And that process of singing and moving up and down, how long did it carry on for?
Okucula kwabantu benyuka besihla lonto yenzeke ixesha elingakanani?
Usukela ekseni yotshona late okubesenza lona.
They did that from the morning until late.
And who was doing this? Was it the same people?
Kobana babesenza lonto yayikwa ngaba bantu abaya.
Ngabasebenzi bonke abanye baphakama kwelinye icala bayenze nabanye ngoba besihleli kwindawo ngendawo besingahlalanga endaweni.
It was different people because not all the people were sitting in one and the same place. The others who were sitting elsewhere would also stand up and do likewise.
Okay. Now, one can also hear the noise, the droning noise of the helicopters. Did you observe around that time, 11ish, that the helicopters were already there?
Kuyavakala nesandi sehelicopter pha. Nawe waqaphela ukuba ngela xesha lo 11 zazisezikhona helicopter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then you can see a kind of a line of the nyalas which were pulling barbed wire trailers which had not been deployed. Did you observe that?
Ubonile ke nezi hippo ezi zazi nocingo oluhlabayo kodwa lengekatsalwa elo cingo ngelo xesha. Uyibonile lonto leyo?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you observe that some of the policemen were, I wouldn't call it milling around, but they were outside of the nyalas?
Ubonile ke amanye amapolisa ayimi ngaphandle apha kwehipo?
Ew.
Yes.
And more relevant to the issue that we were discussing before the video, you see a number of people who seem to be arriving, walking and joining the crowd.
Njengoba besibone sijonge pha ku video kukho abantu bebonakala ke befika nabo baye bazodibana kunye nesasihlole sasiphaya.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Which road were those people using to arrive?
Aba bantu babefika babesebenzisa babehamba ngeyiphi indlela?
Babesebenzisa indlela le sihamba ngayo.
They were using or walking on the road on which we normally walk.
Yes, sorry, I know I've asked you this before, but which one is that?
Uthi bekubuzile lo mbuzo ngaphambili kodwa khawusixelele ngeyiphi lo ndlela.
Yile isuke eMarikana ibheka enkaneni.
This is the one from Marikana and leading to Nkaneng.
Now, you see that the other thing you can observe there is that there are two copies. There's the big copy, and then there's copy number 2, which is the smaller one next to it. And you see that they're both heavily populated with people. Is that so?
Uthe jongeni phaya wabona into yokuba kumabona kude kukho ke ukwezindatyana zimbini kukho lengathi enkulu nalencinci kodwa zombini zazigcwele abantu. Uyibonile loo nto?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And there's even a group of people who are standing on a big rock which seems to be behind the crowd itself. Are you able to identify that place?
Ukhona abantu bebonakala behleli ke phezu kwelitye elikhulu emva kwesihlwele esi. Uyibonile loo ndawo leyo?
Ewe.
Yes.
Can you please rewind the video to 2 minutes 52? Thank you.
Cela ke iphindwe la video kwakhona uyotsho ku 2 minutes 52.
I'm still up.
Forward.
And the time is now 11:45.
Thank you. Sorry, we passed that. You saw in this replay that there was a crowd that is standing on a large rock at the back.
Ubonile ke pha kula mfanekiso pha kanye kumabona kude kukho abantu baninzi bame ngasemva kodwa bame phezu kwelitye likhulu.
Ewe ndibabonile.
Yes, I saw them.
Chairperson, we have not been able to ascertain whether those people are standing at the rock in the other copy too, but visible. So I'll leave that issue maybe for another witness. But that's what it looks like at this stage. Also, we are able to observe that at least as at that time, there was quite a huge crowd of people already.
Uye waqaphela nanento yokuba ngela xesha kwakusekho abantu abaninzi.
Kakhulu.
Indeed, very much.
Are you able to say from when the stadium, the venue started filling up rapidly? From what time?
Ungakwazi usichazela into yokuba kuqale nini ke ngokuza uninzi labantu lize ngeliphi ixesha?
Kuyele ugcwala pha ekuseni.
It started getting full in the morning.
Now, when you arrived, which according to you was quite early, were there people already at the copy? And if there were, what were they doing?
Njengoba utsho into yoba wafika kusekusasa kakhulu babekhona abantu phaa entabeni ukuba babekhona abantu babesenza ntoni?
babekhona abantu abothe umlilo.
There were people who were warming themselves around the fire.
And at the end of this video, are you able to see there's a place with ashes, or rather with ash, in some kind of circle? It's close. Chairperson is close to the pylon. Which is next to one of the barbed wire nyalas.
Uyayibona le ndawo apho kwakuboniswa khona ingathi kukho intuthu khona ingathi sisanqa.
Ndiyayibona.
I saw it.
Is that where the people were sitting around the fire?
Ulapho abantu besotha khona umlilo.
Ewe.
Yes.
What did you observe about these people? What did they look like?
Indoni ke wathi wayiqaphela ngaba bantu babenjani?
Bebegodola bemdaka.
They were getting cold and were dirty.
And did you get the impression that they were coming from their homes?
Wena waye wacinga into yoba basuka ezindlini zabo?
Bebezicacela ndibabalele phaba.
It was clear that they had slept there.
Right. Now,
Time was this that you're talking about when you saw them warming themselves by the fire?
Wababona ngabani ixesha besotha ke umlilo.
Sekusekuseni.
It was in the early morning.
Thank you.
thank you. You can also observe on this video, maybe also the next one, that as the people were arriving, they would find a place to sit. Was there a particular pattern of where people could sit?
Uyabona ke naxa ujonge kula video piphela khona into yokuba abantu ababefika babehamba bayokuhlala. Ikhona indlela abantu babehlaliswa ngayo?
Ayekho.
There was none.
And the people who were in front, or rather the people who were arriving, seemed to be sitting more nearer to the smaller copy. Did you observe that?
Uyiqaphela into yokuba aba bantu babefika babehlala kufuphi nalantaba incinci.
Konpinde?
Can you repeat?
Did you observe that the people who were arriving, that you've identified, were walking up that road, tended to sit next to the smaller copy?
Njengoba bujongile pha ubonile abantu bebefika behlala kufuphi nalantaba incinci.
Abantu zebehlala kule ndawo abafuna uhlala kuyo.
People sat wherever they wanted to sit.
Okay, all right. I think it will be clearer maybe in the next video. Can you do number 2? Thank you, Mr. Mkhithi.
Chair,
if I could just indicate that the video that was just shown now by Mr. Mpofu has not been entered as an exhibit.
Okay.
So it would need to be marked as EE 3.1.
3.1.
That indicates that the
La video ke bidlaliwa ba izawubizwa yona ngo EE 3.1.
EE 3.1.
Thank you, Ms. Pillay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pillay. Can we do number 2, please?
Akusihlalela la video yesibini.
Oh, okay.
The time is now 12 o'clock. The arrival of the president of AMCO is the coverage.
Sorry, can you pause? Chairperson, I've just realized, although we haven't yet gotten to the videos of the horrific scenes, it might well be opportune to give the warning, because I'm thinking that even though people are not injured, maybe when people see loved ones, even if they're still alive, it might be...
Yes, Mr. Mpofu tells me that on the video that we are being shown, there will be pictures of some of the people who were killed on the 16th. And it may be that even though these pictures will not be of them after they've been shot, nevertheless, seeing them may bring back very sad, unhappy and distressing memories to their relatives and loved ones. And so, before the video is shown further, I ask those who are responsible for showing it to hold back for 2 minutes to enable members of the family who wish to leave the auditorium to do so.
Uphinda usihlalo isicelo esifakwe ngo-council uMpofu into yokuba sizawubona ke ngoku kule mifanekiso ezawuvela abantu abathi basweleka ngalamhla we-16, kodwa ke noba kungazovezwa ivideo apho emva kokuba bedutyuliwe, kodwa ke kuzawuthi mhlawumbi abo ke bona bazizilamane zabo bathi xa bebabona baphazamiseke emphefumlweni, ngoko ke baphiwa ke imizuzu emibini into yokuba bakwazi ukuthi mabazophumela ngaphandle.
Chair, if I may indicate for the purposes of the record that the video now shown by Mr. Mpofu is Exhibit CC5.
Give us Pele. CC5.
Le video ke isandula ukudlalwa ibizwa u-CC5 yona.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. You can continue. So if you have this is 214. Chairperson, my eyes are failing me. All right. Can you go closer to the to the screen? Oh, well, you can't. Can you blow the picture up?
Kucela into yoba bayizume le photo.
Can you see yourself in that frame from where you're sitting, Mr. Makidwana?
Kule ndawo uhleli kuyo xa ujonge phaa kumabonakude uyazibona wena phaa? I cannot see myself in that picture.
All right, can you move a little bit to 244? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can you see yourself now?
Ngoku ke uyazibona phaa kumfanekiso?
Ndiyazibona.
I can see myself.
Chairperson, because of the witness's mobility, I'll just assist in identifying him now.
You've gone through this video with him.
I have,
So
Chairperson.
you know what he pointed out to you previously.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. I take it there's no objection from anybody.
I don't know where he is. I need to know where he says he is, Chairperson.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to assist
Mr.
in doing.
Mpofu is very kindly going to assist you, so be grateful to him when he does.
Uzasinceda ke ucouncil uDalimpofu asibonise kuba umzoxolo undawoni phaa kula mfanekiso.
Okay, can we do it like this, maybe, Chairperson? Can I ask Mr. Mahlangu to assist us? Yes, if you can go to the screen, sir. Thank you.
Sicela usondele phaa kumabonakude ba uMahlangu.
Yeah. Yes. There's a person who's wearing a green top and has a red blanket.
Ukho umuntu ke unxibe umntla oluhlaza ophethe ingubo ebomvu.
Yes. Is Mr. Mahlangu pointing at you there, Mr. Makidwana?
La ndawo la muntu amolathileyo ke ngeballpen uba uMahlangu nguwe ke lowa kula mfanekiso. It's me.
I take it the copy of this isn't in Exhibit L, is it? So we'll have to describe fairly particularly what is being pointed out, because it isn't a hard copy document that we can mark.
Yes, Chairperson.
More or less in the middle of the front row, I would say slightly to the left of the middle of the front row, there is a person who has on the right of the picture what appears to be a red blanket. It appears to be a red. What's it? A red sweater or a red blanket, and then on the other part of his body, sort of, below from his shoulders downwards, there is a green. What's that? There's a green garment. I'm not quite sure how one can describe it. Can you help me, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes, Chairperson. It's a sweater or a tracksuit top. But I think I would be happy with sweater, a green sweater. Yes.
Well, this is a top sort of neutral expression.
Correct.
So you agree with my description that it's more or less in the middle, just to the left of the middle. The right-hand side of the person, as seen on his left side, but right-hand side as seen on the photograph, there is a red blanket. And then to the left of that is a garment from his shoulders downwards, which is green, and which can be described as a top.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Iyachaza kosihlalo into yokuba lo muntu ngapha ngentla unxibe umntla oluhlaza kodwa ke khona ingubo ayambetheyo ebomvu.
And Mr. Makidwana, would it be correct to say, just from my observation, there are about 2 people in front of you? Would then that suggest that you were somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd row?
Xa sijongele phaa ingathi kukho abantu ababini abaphambi kwakho. So singatsho na into yokuba ubukwirow yesithathu wena.
It will be clearer in another video anyway. So you can just tell us where you were sitting rather than even depending on the picture.
Does he identify himself as the person who's been identified by you?
Thank you. Yes. Are you the person who was pointed by Mr. Mahlangu and that the chairperson and I have been describing? Is that you, Mr. Makidwan?
Lo mntu ke besolathwa phaa ngoba uMahlangu ngepeni nalo athetha ngaye ke ummeli uba uDanimpofu nguwe ke lo wawuvela phaa?
Ndim.
It's me.
Thank you. Can we continue with the video? Thank you.
Singaqhubekeka ke.
Is that the end? Thank you. Okay. Again, I'll make some observations, and you can confirm. If there's an objection, then we'll ask it in a different manner. That video features Mr. Matunjwa and some of the leaders at the copy. Is that correct?
Pakula video sibone umhlekazi umathunjwa kwakunye nezinye inkokheli injalo lonto.
Injalo.
It is so.
And it's common cause that it was taken during Mr. Matunjwa's first visit.
Khophisa into kuba le video yathathwa ngelixesha wayesiyo kokuqala pha entabeni umhlekazi umathunjwa.
Do you go along with that?
Uyavumelana nto leyo uba yaqala uthathwa la video ngelixesha wayefika kokuqala umhlekazi umathunjwa.
Ndiyavumelana.
I agree.
Okay. Now, once again, did you observe that there were police who were outside the vehicles, but not far from them?
Ubonile into kubana kukhona amapolisa bekho ephumele ngaphandle kwinqolo zawo kodwa bengamanga kude kuzo.
Ewe.
Yes.
And did you observe that a large number of what I will call protesters were kept on arriving and moving behind those who were seated?
Ubonile into kubana abanye abaqhankqalazi bebefika ngobuninzi kodwa behlala emva kwaba bebehleli.
Ewe.
Yes.
And people can be observed taking seats at different parts or points of the crowd.
Abantu babonakala phaya behlala kwindawo ezihlukeneyo pha ke ngoku esidlangalaleni esihlweleni.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And that on the side which is closer to the crawls, there's a growing number, a thinning out kind of line of people which was forming up. I'll show that part again. Do you remember that?
Uza kubonisa landa kodwa apha ngake ngasebuhlanti kukho inani labantu elibonakala lisongezeka. Uyibonile lonto leyo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
That's what you put. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Chair. I was reading at the wrong place. My next question was going to be out of order. Did you see, or rather, did you observe that they are singing a song, one of the Xhosa folk song, Uyingwe?
Uvile ke bacula ezinye zengoma zesiXhosa ithi Uyingwe.
TV.
I heard.
And while that song is continuing, the rhythm is matched by the clicking of sounds.
Njengoba becula la ngoma ke
Which we all accept would be the clicking of the weapons that the people were holding.
benza ke isinqi nangezixhobo ezibaziphetheyo.
Ewe.
Yes.
And you saw that there were some interactions between Mr. Matunjwa and the leaders, including Mr. Noki, who's visible, identifiable by his green blanket.
Ubonile ke kubekho intsebenziswano ekhoyo phakathi komhlekazi uMathunjwa nenkokheli kwakunye noNoki lo wayembethe ingubo elihlaza. Ibonile lonto.
And that Mr. Matunjwa's vehicle is, can be observed parked in front of the crowd.
nemoto ya kaMhlekazi Mathunjwa iyabonakala iphambi kwesihlwele.
Ndiyibonile.
I saw it.
And right alongside Mr. Mathunjwa's vehicle, you can see that patch of ash and bent grass.
Eceleni kwemoto ya kaMhlekazi Mathunjwa kuyabonakala ke uthuthu olu nehlungu.
Right.
Uthini?
Iyabonakala.
It's visible.
And once again, the crowd is quite a huge crowd and growing in number, as you can see, a number of arrivals.
Kwakho inkitha yabantu kubonakala naba babefika.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And the group that had been standing in the on the big rock behind is no longer there. Is no longer standing there.
Nelaqela ke lalimekwe lalitye likhulu phanga semva babe ngasabonakali apho.
Zange ndiqaphele ke apho.
I never noticed that one.
Okay. Okay. Okay, if it becomes important, we'll play it again, but I don't think it is. Can you just, before we move to the next one, can you assist the Commission, but your understanding of this action of the clicking of the weapons while people were singing, what did you observe about that?
Masithethe ke ngelixesha abantu babe sithi ngelixesha becula babethe izixhobo zabo. Ngelixesha ujongile indona waye wayifumanisa ngalonto leyo.
Nxa umuntu edinwe kuqhwaba ngezandla.
When a person is tired of clapping hands,
Ebeqhwaba ngazo.
whenever a person would be tired of clapping hands, he would then clap with the weapons together.
Yes. Well, it has been suggested, or at least two versions of that have been given. One by Mr. Mathunjwa, which is closer to what you are saying. But there has also been a version that suggested that the clicking of the weapons was a sign of aggression. Or can you comment on that? Is that what you observed?
Nango uMathunjwa umhlekazi uMathunjwa bechilo na into abantu babebetha ke ezizixhobo njengabantu abaqhwaba izandla. Xa omnye esithi yena ukubetha kwabo ke ngoku izixhobo besebenzisa zona babebonisa ingcwangu ababenayo. Wena uthini ngalonto leyo?
Hayi yaziwa ngulo muntu lonto leyo ndiyazi.
That person is the one who could know about that. I know nothing about that.
Well, I'm asking you because you were there, maybe you can assist us. When you observed people clicking their weapons, did you observe that was accompanied by any aggression?
Ngenxa yokuba uzawusinceda wena kaloku ngoba wawukhona phaa. Ngeli xesha wabona ke ngokubebetha izixhobo zabo ezi, wena wabona loo nto ikukubonakalisa ingcwangu?
Unobangela ndithi andiyazi ngoba uMathunjwa ezathi befika nayo laa nto zeyenziwe.
The reason why I'm saying I don't know is because even at the arrival of Mr. Mathunjwa, that very same thing was done.
Noba umuntu uyacula uyazenzela.
Even if a person would be singing, would be doing it on his own.
And in your observation, was Mr. Mathunjwa welcomed with any aggression?
Ngendlela wabona ngayo, indlela amkeleka ngayo uMathunjwa, umhlekazi uMathunjwa abantu babonakalisa ingcango kuye.
Abantu bebevuya.
People were happy.
And they were clicking their weapons.
Babe betha ke izixhobo zabo ezi.
Abazibethayo abaqhwaba abaqhwaba.
Yes, those who were clicking their weapons and the others would clap their hands.
Thank you very much. Can we play video 3?
Ela kudlale ivideo yesithathu.
Nani kubonke sikhumbule komeni ukuthi ukuya empumelelweni akuthathi nje umzuzu.
Can you pause?
Fanele kuqala.
Can you see yourself in the third row there?
Uyazibona ke pha nje muhleli kwi row yesithathu. I can see myself.
I suppose it's best to describe him where you can see him on the picture for the reasons we discussed earlier. Sorry, Mr. Mpofu, as much as we haven't got a hard copy, it's desirable, I think, to describe him as he is to be seen on the...
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
I did the last one. Would you like to do this one?
Thank you, Chairperson. Before that, can you just rewind a little bit, but with Mr. Magidwan still visible?
Kucelwa ke ibuyiso umva kancinci sabonakala umhlekazi uMagidwana.
Sorry, Chairperson, just for ease of reference, shall I take it this is a continuation of CC5, as was the last one that shows Mr. Matunja, because I've lost track?
Chair, it's not, it's actually either CC 10, 11 or 12. We're just trying to figure out which one of the three it is.
Thanks, it will be identified.
To be told in due course what it is. Which one is the witness?
In the green top, Chairperson, on the what seems to be the third row. On the first row, there's somebody holding a banner that's written Tina Funalo, 12,500 rand.
There's a gentleman in what looks like a blue top of some sort, or possibly jacket,
yes,
anorak or something, holding this sign which contains the reference to 12,500, and immediately on his left, i.e. to the right of him on the picture, there is the witness with a green top, and probably accurate to say that his right elbow is more or less in line with the left elbow of the gentleman holding the 12,500 rand poster. Is that correct?
No, Chairperson, sorry. I can see how one can make that mistake. The gentleman holding the 12,500 rand is the one in front who has a kind of black and white stripe.
I see, so I'm sorry.
That's what I would call the first row.
That's the first
row. And then the gentleman you identified would be the second row,
yes,
and then the witness behind.
Yes, and the gentleman in the second row, the pole on which to which the poster is attached runs in front of his hands. But if one looks closely, one can see that I was wrong. He's not holding it, it's actually in front of him.
Chiwa ke into kubana siyambona pha khulu phambili uphethe le ntongo nelephepa libhalwe thina funa lo 12,500 khulu semva kwakhe inqiniba yakhe ngathi sondeleke ka mzoxolo nangona kubonakala ngathi nguye luphethe la ntongo kodwa ingasinguye siyambona ke nomzoxolo pha ngasemva efake lo mntla ke we tracksuit oluhlaza.
And we can, on this picture, Mr. Makidwana, we can read the white writing on your top, and it's Uzi. Is that correct? U-Z-Z-I.
Siyabona ke apha kumntla we tracksuit leyo inxibileyo kubhalwe Uzi. Injalo lonto.
Injalo.
It is so.
And we can see also the tip of your red blanket or towel appearing behind the person in front of you who seems to be on the second row.
Siyabona ke ingubo yakho ivele kancinci xa sijongela umuntu phambi kwakho. Apha emva kwakhe siyabona le ngoba ibomvu ivelile phaya.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Now, okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions just about this frame. These people who are now sitting in front of you, is it correct that some of them were not there when we saw you for the first time earlier?
Abantu bahleli phambi kwakho ngoku. Yinyana into yokuba ngotya besikubone kuqala. Babengekafiki phaa kulaa ndawo abantu ngoku bahleli phaya.
Abengakafiki.
They had not yet arrived.
Well, I don't expect you to remember an exact time, but would you be able to say at what stage those rows in front of you started filling up?
Andilindela into yokuba ukhumbule elona xesha kuba bekunini kodwa ke xa ukhumbula ungathi le row iphambi kwakho iqale ukuba nabantu nini?
Elixesha kuzothetha umathunja abantu bafuna baphambili usondela bonke.
When Mr. Matunjwa addressed the crowd, people all wanted to come closer and sit in front.
Thank you. And did anyone stop them and say, no, you can't sit here. This is for Mr. Makidwan.
Ukhona umuntu oke wabanqanda wathi hayi samhlala apha indawo kaMagidwana le.
Hayi akekho.
No, there was no such a person.
And then, I'm not sure if you can see this, but in front of you, but behind the pole that is used for the poster, you can see a stick which fits the description of Ibunguza that you spoke about. Are you able to identify whether that was where you put your stick or is it another one?
Pha ke phambi kwakho pha phansi xa ujongile kukho laa nto ngasiyibona phaa lekuyibiza njengebhunguza ile busithi yeyakho.
Ewe.
Yes.
Yes, what? Is that your knobkerrie you had with you that you put in front of you? Is that correct?
Ibhunguza evele phaa ile busithi imnyama ngeyakho leya.
Ewe.
Yes.
Okay. All right, can you play the rest of the video? Thank you. Stop with that. I should go to the song. Okay. Thank you very much. That was for A. Then we go to 4B. Yes, that's 4A. Yeah, we saw that yesterday. That's the bishop. What's it? Chairperson, the next video will require the warning maybe to be repeated because we're now getting into...
Mr. Mpofu says that the next video will show pictures of people who were killed on the 16th. Their relations and loved ones who see those pictures may well find them very distressing. I'm giving them an opportunity to leave the auditorium, and I ask those who are showing the videos not to do so until 2 minutes have elapsed after the interpreter has interpreted what I've just said.
Esinye isilumkiso esikhutshwayo sokuba kuzophinda bakhona kuvezwe ezinye ivideo kuthiwa kwezi video kungenzeka kuzovela kuzo abantu ke abathe basweleka ngoko kucelwa izalamene zabo abo bachaphazelekayo abangaphazamiseka kakhulu emphefumulweni ekuboneni kwabo ezi video banika imizuzu emibini into yokuba okoxeshana bake baphumele ngaphandle.
I think this one is Exhibit AA7, subject to correction by Ms. Pillay. Okay.
If we could just deal with the previous video first. We've now established that it actually wasn't marked as an exhibit. So the previous video, which is SAP's external hard drive /videos /2012-08-16 /107. That will be marked as EE 3.2.
Le ke ivideo izobe ibizwa yona EE 3.2.
Okay, thank you. 4B.
Tightly packed and staying low to the ground, with spears, sticks and machetes. South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened. To break up a protest by miners who've been demanding more pay. 10 people have been killed since the start of this illegal strike, and violence blamed on union rivalry. Now more families will be mourning. But with alleged killers among their ranks, including those who had hacked 2 police officers to death on Monday, this was the bloody aftermath. Police pursued the miners and there was gunfire for another half an hour. Tear gas and water cannon too, as they rounded up the miners who had escaped the initial confrontation. Police on horseback swept the area, looking for pockets of resistance. An hour after the first shots were fired, the ambulances arrived. Earlier, a union leader tried to get the miners to return to work, but they said they'd been promised a pay rise and they weren't moving until they got it, and their managers came to talk to them. Given the riches beneath their feet at the platinum mine, one union leader said it was only fair they get more pay.
As long as the bosses, senior management getting fat checks, it's good for them. And these workers subjected to poverty for life. Democracy, 18 years of democracy, the mine worker is still earning 3,000 under those harsh conditions underground.
What started violently has ended in bloodshed few could have foreseen. It has left labour relations at Lonmin Mine in tatters and families angry with grief.
Mr. Makidwana, on that clip, if you can confirm, you appeared 3 times. Once with a group that seems to be walking down the road. The second time between the 2 nyalas when there was shooting through that gap by the police. And then when they did the backdrop, you appeared in the crowd. Would you agree with that?
Uvumela into yokubana uvela kathathu ke phaa kula video ngeli xesha ke wawusihla kokuqala apha endleleni, okwesibini ngeli xesha kukho kuthutyulwa ngaphakathi kwenyala, nangolu sithathu okungathi kuya benza le nto kayibiza i-backdrop. Uyibonile loo nto leyo?
Ndiyayibona.
I saw it.
And just for cross-reference, it might not be the exact picture, but the position that you were in the second time that I mentioned, if you go to L206, Exhibit L, slide 206. Well, it's now called L206.
Xa indawo kuyo ke xa siyapha ku L206 lesijongileyo ngoku.
The person who's identified there as number 1, who a couple of days ago was incorrectly identified as Mr. Noki, is that you?
Lo mntu kwakusenziwa impazamo lungaphambili ekwakuthiwa kwintsuku edluleyo nguNoki. Nguwe lo mntu uvela apha uqala?
Ndim.
It's me.
And what are you holding?
Uphethe ntoni?
Phethe induku.
I am carrying a stick.
Were you carrying anything else?
Ikhona enye into ubuyiphethe?
Ayikho.
There was nothing else?
Now, if you can just, I'm sorry, can you play the video again? Thank you.
Kha ukuphinisele yona le video kwakhona.
Tightly packed and staying low to the ground, with spears, sticks and machetes. South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened. To break up a protest by miners who've been demanding more pay. 10 people have been killed since the start of this illegal strike, and violence blamed on union rivalry. Now more families will be mourning. But with alleged killers among their ranks, including those who had hacked 2 police officers to death on Monday, this was the bloody aftermath. Police pursued the miners and there was gunfire for another half an hour. Tear gas and water cannon too, as they rounded up the miners who had escaped the initial confrontation. Police on horseback swept the area, looking for pockets of resistance. An hour after the first shots were fired, the ambulances arrived. Earlier, a union leader tried to get the miners to return to work, but they said they'd been promised a pay rise and they weren't moving until they got it, and their managers came to talk to them. Given the riches beneath their feet at the platinum mine, one union leader said it was only fair they get more pay.
As long the bosses, senior management getting fat checks.
Thank you. The first part where we see you working with other people, can you explain to the Commission? You've already testified about your various movements in the area of the crawl, but at what stage was that, the first picture where we see you?
Busawusichazele ngamanye amaxesha apho ubuye uhambe khona, kodwa lesibonileyo apho ubonakala uhamba nabanye abantu khona, kha kusichazele ngayo bukwenzeka ntoni ngela xesha.
Kungelixesha sisuka apha entabeni sibheka enkaneni.
It was at the time we had left the copy and on our way to Nkaneng.
Kuqaleka ihipo zidonsa icingo.
It was when the Inyalas started deploying the barbed wire.
Abeke abanye sebegqithile.
But the others had already gone through.
Nxa sizofika thina yancama ihipo.
When we reached that place, then the Inyala increased the speed.
Yavala pha ngasebuhlanti.
It closed there near the crawl.
Sajikela ngapha kobuhlanti.
We then turned around the crawl.
Nxa sifike apho ke ngexesha sezikhonje ngento ezinemiqobo emincinci.
It was at when we reached that place that we were pointed at with objects or things that had holes and were shot at.
Yes. So, okay, thank you. So, do I understand that first frame that we saw was before the Nyala closed against the crawl?
Lenda usibonleyo kwakungaphambi ntoba angasebuhlanti ihipo le ivale. Yayingekavali.
Ezindawo zimbini ke mhlekazi ezibezivele pha.
There are two parts or episodes that appeared there.
Yes, that is true. We're still dealing with the first one, where you're working with a group of people, not where the Nyalas are visible.
Sithetha ngaleyo kuqala ke ngoku apho sihamba neqela labantu singekaveli ke ngoku ihipo ezi.
Ya ilenda iye yavala kuyo leyo.
That is where they closed. It closed.
And the road, well, it looks like you, from the thing you're working on the road, is that the road that goes, if it was not for the blockage, that would have gone past the crawl?
Ukuba ke ngoku kwakungavalwanga kungabekho kungekho umqobo apho nanizawudlula pha ebuhlanti.
Sesizodlula.
We were going to go past it.
And do I understand your evidence to be saying that other people went through and passed the crawl into the settlement, but this group was blocked by that Nyala?
Ndikuveka kuhle nayo into yokuba uthi elinye iqela labantu lona lalisedlulile ke ngoku pha ebuhlanti lona liye pha enkaneni kodwa eli leli iqela lavalelwa ihipo lona.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And in this group, is it so that there were some of the leaders of the at the copy of the activities at the copy?
Inyanda into ba kwelo qela elo kwakho inkokheli ezike zazikhokela kwizinto ezasenzeka pha entabeni.
Ele qela ndihamba nalenda abantu bendihamba nabo ngabantu bebethetha pha. Ela xesha ndiphambi.
The group in which I was, it was the people who were talking in the mountain.
Yes. And if we then accept that this is before you were blocked off, would you yes, I think I'm sorry, Chairperson. I know this is going to take time, but I want to go through it step by step. Can you please go back to the beginning? I want you to pause I'll shout when you must pause as the people are walking through. It's 008, thereabouts.
ndicela ke sidlale ividiyo ndizakuxelela into yoba uyimise ndawoni na. Bambe.
Please rewind a little bit. It's where the people are walking.
Spears, sticks and machetes.
Bambe.
South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire.
Ewe.
Machetes.
South African.
Okay.
Oh, you want now?
Yeah, okay. Just as I was giving up. Okay. In that frame, Mr. Makidwana, at least this one, we can describe it while you're looking at it. Can you see that there's a tower that is visible directly behind that the crowd?
Uyayibona ke kukho lento ingathi inqaba ipha ngasemva inde emva kwabantu ingathi sisakhiwo. Yes, I can see it.
And is that part of the mine buildings?
Enye isisakhiwo se mine landawo leyo uyibona. Yes.
Right. Now, if you where the crowd is, which side are you facing? Where are you facing in relation to the residential area or the mountain?
Njemba xa sijonga entabeni ke wena indawo ojonge kuyo wawujonge kweliphi icala?
Ndandijonge ngasenkaneni.
I was facing Nkaneng.
And 1, 2. Are you the fourth or fifth person from the right on that picture?
Ngumntu ke wesine okanye wesihlanu ukusukela lapha ngasekunene pha kula mfanekiso.
From the left, sorry.
Xa sibala ukusukela ngasekhohlo ungumntu wesine okanye wesihlanu pha kula mfanekiso.
Inoba kunjalo.
It could be so.
Yeah, the picture is a bit cloudy. Maybe Mr. Mahlangu could assist us again.
Ngoba siyabona pha kula mfanekiso ngathi kukhona umqhumo okhoyo.
Is that you that Mr. Mahlangu is pointing at?
La mntu ke mkhombileyo ngepeni uba uMahlangu nguwe lowa?
Ndim.
That's me. Yes, chairperson is the same red, rather green top with a red blanket or towel over it.
Kuthiwa kwangula mntu ke unxibe umntla oluhlaza efake ingubo ebomvu okanye itawuli ngaphezulu.
And are you holding your stick in the middle of the stick?
Ubambe intonga yakho kodwa apha phakathi.
Kunjani.
It is so.
Can this picture not perhaps be blown up a bit so we can see?
Yes, could you try, if it's possible, to zoom?
Ucela into yokuba bakuyenzeka lo mfanekiso enziwe ube ungathi umkhudlwana.
Doesn't look like it's possible, Chairperson.
Ingati
The indication is that it cannot be done. We'll maybe try it on the laptop. Okay, and although the picture is a little bit misty, on the extreme right of the front row, can you see Mr. Noki with his green blanket there? Mr. Matlangu will point him.
njengoba sijonga pha kwisitwele xa sijonga phaa ngase kunene ke siyambona ke uNoki embathele ingubo elihlaza olathwe phaa ngoba uMahlangu.
Ewe nguye.
Yes, that's him.
Now, it will become clearer later when I show you other pictures. But can you remember that spot is where two of those pathways meet? In other words, there's the main road that you've been describing to all of us, and there's another smaller side road that comes to it, as it were. Is that the spot where you were at that stage?
Landawuni kuyo kulapha indlela ezibini ezidibana khona.
Kulapho.
Yes, that's the place.
And where you are coming from at that stage, is it from the bigger road or the smaller one?
Kule ndlela nisuka kuyo nihamba ngala ndlela inkulu kanye ngale ncinci.
Sihamba ngale ncinci.
The smaller one.
Thank you. And is it correct that those two roads literally meet up in front of the crawl?
Yinyani into yokuba ke ngoku ezi ndlela zimbini zidibanela phambi kwebuhlanti.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Okay. And I'm sure the objective evidence will show that near where those roads meet is where the Nyala, the last Nyala, closed off the road. Is that how you remember it?
Into enditsho into yokuba kufuphi nalapho le ndlela zidibana khona kulapho inyala le yavala khona indlela. Injalo loo nto leyo?
Kulapho ivale khona.
That is where it closed.
Well, was that group attacking the police?
Ela qela lalihlasela amapolisa?
Hayi.
No.
And before we move on, Mr. Makidwan, you've now said that there were a group of people who had already gone through and so on, and you were in this group, and there were some of the leaders were here. Can you just take us a little bit back from the time that there were, you noticed the tracking of the barbed wire, some people started to move. How did you end up in this particular group?
Ngokuba utshilo babanye abantu babesebegqithile nokuba imoto le yamapolisa okanye ihipo yatsala ucingo kwenzeke njani uba wena ube ufikile ube ukweli qela ufike njani kubo?
Ngoba bendihamba neliqela lesibini.
Because
eli belinabantu bathethayo pha.
Because I was working with a second group, the group which had the people who were talking.
Yes, I suppose if the translations...
The people who were speaking
who had been addressing the at the copy, yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you go with that group?
Utheni ke wena uhambe nelo qela?
Unobangela uba ndihambe nalo bekuculwa and wabona bebethetha uba masekubaleka asenzanga nto.
The reason was that there was singing, and further they said, let us not run away because we did nothing wrong.
No, sorry. It's,
We must stop running because
Running,
we did
yes.
nothing wrong. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that's more correct. Not run because we have done nothing wrong. Okay. And
Interpretation, we must not run because we've done nothing wrong.
yes, correct. Chair. Yes.
Mpofu, is this perhaps a convenient stage?
It is, Chair, yes. Although we'll still be on this slide, but it's a natural break. Thanks.
We will adjourn now until 1:30.
Thank you.
Si silent in sabuya ngicala emva koyokuqala.
What happened? I think the owner their own. Oh, hey.
But not.
We took the picture.
I think, yeah. He was just going through motion.
Oh, video.
Yeah, well, because his mind is going back.
And also right, no?
Hey.
Check up in. I'm just thinking it's easier to eat. Check up in. We want. Okay, if we are not fiscal.
Hey, but travel experience with my master.
your witness, then which in theory is useful. Are you coming? Everybody just wants to say the main one. We other people missing the part. And this is important. But no one else. Understand? Yeah, I understand. Well, some scientists are so it's going to be difficult. Of course, there are other issues that different people will deal with, like the relations and what. Yeah. But when it comes to potential evidence, unfortunately, we are not this doesn't come through. Yeah, nobody will let us know what happened.
Oh yeah, you can put some more water on the other side.
And another thing, when they put them
Are you able to pick it up?
Yeah, but
Is it there?
okay, let's go through the New Testament section.
Why what? Let me give it to those boys, they'll see to finish.
Let's start with the one that's not on the
yes, when you did it for an update,
Uxolelwa behlezi kuyiphi isikile?
yeah, the pin number.
Just take one.
Yeah.
I wanted to do that.
But look at things that it goes down with the yeah, but they gave it to me when I saw it. That's what they gave me. So if you guys gave me, yeah, if you have the answer, you can go through. Started giving me 55.
Hey!
Usibutelani uba nayo ibhegi yakho ngibheke lisithi ufuna yini inkinga yakho imfonto unjani wena phela lana ayikho ngekho phela phakathi nakumelele kakhulu ngiyalimonza kabi ndawuthi ngide abantu babezithandela ukuthi qanira funeke ngenta icula icula
Regarding the substitution is delivery. You're not going to see us. Bueno,
Or just the telephone number. No, no, make it. Oh, we can check that now. No, no.
Night 6:30.
Ways of shortening the proceedings, particularly in relation to cross-examination. And secondly, there's going to be a meeting between the evidence leaders, the Human Rights Commission, and the Commission itself to discuss certain points raised by the Human Rights Commission. I'm not quite sure when we will be ready to have the Human Rights Commission meeting. Depends on the availability of various people who are not here at the moment. So we will proceed until I'm informed that we're able to hold those meetings. I'm not quite sure when we will adjourn this afternoon, but I'm explaining that it will be before 4, and I would think substantially before 4, but I cannot say any more at this stage because I don't know when the people to whom I referred will arrive. You still...
Isaziso esivela kumgcini sihlalo kokuba kuzabakho imeeting ezimbini namhlanje imhlangano emibini phakathi kwe-evidence leaders nabakwa human rights nabanye basengafiki ngoku be-human rights kuzawuthi xa kusekufika bona-ke besazisa ushemen ngaphandle koko kuyoba khona omnye umhlangano ozawuphakathi kwamaqela ohlukile apho bazawuthetha khona ngexesha okokuba malongiwe kanjani. Ingqina lethu alikafiki noko.
Chairperson, I must apologize. The witness has just been notified, but his movements are too slow. I'm not sure if maybe...
We need him, even though we're going to be seeing videos, I understand.
Yeah.
But I take it he has to see them.
He
So
knows, certainly
he can't
has.
just see the videos in the meanwhile before he comes, because that's not going to be helpful, because you have to show them again when you arrive.
Yes.
Should we adjourn for a short while?
Yes,
But
thank you, Chairperson.
Secretary, we should adjourn until we're informed that we can proceed.
He's coming, relax.
Sorry.
He's coming, Trevor. You're Malatile and
This is bad.
Tell me, do you still want that thing to be sold? Or have you gone past it?
No, I've gone past it. Don't answer that.
Commission is commencing. Masuk Mensong here, Commission.
Commission finally resumes.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You're still under oath, Mr. Magidiwana.
Oh, sepansi kwesifungo mfoka Matijiwana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I must apologize for that waste of time. Thank you. And I'll make sure it doesn't happen again, Chairperson.
Yethembiso kokuba sanaka uwisa umshini phelazi.
Right. Mr. Makidwana, we're going to spend some time on this video. So fortunately it's a short one, so I'm going to play it again now.
Uthi video emfishane kodwa sawuthatha ixeshanyana izawulalwa ngoku.
Oh yes, if the video warning could be renewed just in case, Chairperson.
I'm informed by Mr. Mpofu that the video that's now going to be shown is going to contain pictures of scenes which may well cause distress to members of the families of the and loved ones of those who died on the 16th of August. And so I ask those who are going to show the video clips to us to wait for 2 minutes until after what I'm now saying is interpreted, to enable members of the family who wish not to be distressed in the way I've indicated to leave the auditorium.
Icela aba bazawudlala ivideo kuba basinike imizuzu ibe mibini nje sinike ithuba kwaba bazawuva ubuhlungu usixela umhlekazi uMpofu kokuba lo mfanekiso ozovezwa apha uyawukhombisa aba bantu bonzakala phaya kukho abangenakuba nokuba bayimele lento sicela izalamani ke ezinjalo kokuba zithi kushanqa kancinci family tsa batho ba hlokafetseng mo ha dilo go teng ka mona ba tswe ka gore mitshantsho tsena motlhomong tla ba utsa botlhoko.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I wonder if you still have that frame that we had before lunch, which was the group of people walking in exhibit A7.
Funeka lo mfanekiso sigqibele ngawo apha kuhanjwa khona phaya.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mkidwana. Just before we take it off from where we left it, from this slide, at least two of the people next to you from the left, if we accept that you are the fourth person from the left, two of those people are also holding sticks. Would you agree with that?
Xa sijonga lo mfanekiso xa usamukela ukuba nguwe lo wesine kukho ababini aba ngapha ngasecaleni kwakho ngasendlini sokhohlo nabo baphethe intonga kunjalo.
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And from that frame at least, or from that whole movement, which includes that frame, I won't put it as far as to say there are no spears or pangas, but would you agree that none are visible on the movement that we have seen?
Andinawutsho kokuba ibhanga nemikhonto kazikho phaya kodwa ke kulo mfanelo osujongile apha azikho ezivelile ezibonakalayo into ezinjengezo. Njani?
Nama ndizibone.
I also don't see any. Chairperson, I don't want to be unduly technical, but can my learned friend be reminded to ask questions as questions should be asked in chief and not ask suggestive questions?
Well, he's just telling people, and he indicated that any objection that he would assist. But he said he was simply, for convenience sake, leading through things that he thought were common cause that could be seen. I personally don't know it's necessary for him to get the witness to tell us what witness sees, because we're all capable of seeing for ourselves. But probably it's quicker to do it the way he's doing it. But he's heard what you have to say, he's heard what I have to say, and he will now continue.
Isicelo senziwayo apha kokuba umhlekazi uMpofu abuze imibuzo kube ngelinqina elithethayo angalixeleli ukuba lithini njengoba inkambiso injalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm very mindful when it comes to what I would call controversial or disputed stuff, that I will not do so, but I do hope that my learned colleagues will bear with me. This would be the quickest way, is to describe at least what can be seen on the video. If it's contested, obviously, then we can, I mean, I could say to the witness, from that frame, did you see any pangas?
Make a speech. I've already disallowed the objection and said you can carry on, so you don't have to deliver a concluding judgment saying...
Well, it's for the future, Chairperson. Otherwise, I'll be getting many speeches in objection. If I cover it for the rest of this witness, then I think it's better. It saves time for everyone. Thank you.
Uzakuyenza kwelinqina ukuze kube kungabi khona ixesha elichithekayo. Uzawuthi xa apho kukhona impikiswano khona angayenzi ke loo nto.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we were still before this issue of the pangas. We were still dealing with the reasons why you were with that group before lunch. And I think your last answer was something to the effect that somebody had said that you should walk, or rather not run, because he had done nothing wrong. Remember that part?
Andithi uyakhumbula phambi kokuba kuyiwe ekuteni kuye kwafika kule ngxelo apha usithi wena kukho umuntu othe makungabalekwa makanje kakuhle ngoba anenzanga nto.
Ndiyakhumbula.
I remember that, yes.
And you had also testified that in that group were some of the people who had been speaking or addressing people near the copy.
Andithi utshilo nokokuba kweli qela wawuhamba nalo abanye babo kwakungaba bantu bebethetha phaya entabeni. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And I know you were quite in front, but were you able to tell the size of the group that was following your group that was in front?
Ndiyayiqonda ukuba wawuphambili kodwa ungasho nje usukuthi uba apha emva kwenu kweli qela lenu kwakungabantu abangaki sebebonke.
Yo. Zebe baninzi.
It's quite a number.
So if we go to slide 200.
Asiza pha kwimfanekiso yethu unumber 200. Nangu 200.
Oh. Okay, sorry. I'm going to look for that very same slide, but which the one that doesn't have the arrow. Can you go to slide 212?
212. Asiza pha ku 212.
Can you see that slide? You see I know the people are quite tiny there, but can you see where it looks like there's a group of people, where the crowd is kind of thick?
babonakala bebencinci phaya kodwa kuyabonakala apha kho aba bantu uyayibona loo ndawo. The question again is,
can you see the place in that slide where it would seem that there's a crowd of people, where there's a thicker kind of crowd?
uthi apha kulo mfanekiso kukho apho ubona khona isihlwele sabantu?
Ewe.
Yes.
And the part of the crowd that is nearest to the crawl, behind it there are people, as it were. Can you see that?
uthi kukho aba sebakufuphi nobuhlanti obu kuthi emva kwabo kubekho abanye abezayo esinye isihlwele kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
Now, would those be the people who were following behind your group?
aba bebeza emva kweqela leli wawukulo wena?
Kunjalo.
It is so.
And the group in front, according to this, to the video, shortly thereafter we see, or rather shortly after seeing the people walking, we then see the police kind of forming up a line. If you can show that part, please.
uthi xa sijonge lo mfanekiso aba bantu bayeza kanje bese kuthi emva koko sibona amapolisa enza umgqa phambi kwabo njengoba sizawubona phaya.
So if we can go back to AA7. No? The video that you played just now, with the people walking.
ufuna le video beyidlala khona ngokho abantu abahambayo nabaya?
Yes, if you can continue from that frame.
Sticks and machetes. South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened.
Stop. Okay. Just rewind a little bit. No, tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, in any event, do you see the group of police forming and one of them indicating with his hands, waving his hands on both sides?
Wabonelela amapolisa esiza phaya omnye wabe phakamisa izandla esithi?
Ndiyababona.
I saw them.
Now, according to your evidence, you then went behind the kraal after that point of you working with that group. Is that correct?
uthi wena ke kuthe kusuka apho nabe senijikela ngasemva kobuhlanti kanje kunjalo
kunjalo.
It is so.
Now, I want you to please watch carefully. You will see that in the next frame there are 3 people who walk in the gap between the 2 nyalas. There are 3 people, including Mr. Noki, who walk and then they are obscured by the 1 nyala. And then there's a kind of second group where you are, which walks and is also then obscured. And then hopefully we'll be able to pause at the right place. There are 2 people who then, behind those 2 groups, face the nyala, from which some shooting is already happening, and they may or may not be aiming firearms at it, but they are at least facing and making movements. The key thing is that one of them is wearing a green top, and I want you to concentrate on that person.
Kulo mfanekiso uzawuvela ke uthi kukho inyala ezimbili kukho abantu abahambe bevela phakathi kwenyala ezi omnye wabo unxibe isinxibo esigreen ufuna okokuba ujongisise lowo muntu.
These miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened.
So, okay, another miss. There, stop. Do you see that there's somebody wearing a green top who is holding a red towel or blanket on the side?
Uyabona kho lo muntu unxibe isinxibo esigreen apha ngaphezulu ebambe ingubo kanene ithawule ebomvu apha.
Ndiyambona.
I see that person, yes.
Yes. Is that you?
Nguwe lo mfaka.
Hayi ndimangalo.
No, that's not me.
And have you seen that you have already gone past the nyala and at the back or the front, at least towards the side that you are going?
Xa udlala lo mfanekiso ubonile wena ugqitha phaya phambi kokuba kuvele lo mvu. That is correct.
Okay. And you see that there's another person who's also facing the gap, as it were. And I don't want to take a chance, but wearing a brownish, a darker top, let's call it like that.
Mandithi kukho omnye umuntu ojonge ngapha kwesisikhewu umbethe into ebrown apha ngaphezulu. Uyambona?
Longa.
Yes, who's also facing the gap, as it were.
Longa kwi. The question is the person on the left-hand side of.
Yes, the one on the left-hand side also facing the gap, like the one in the green top.
Ojonge apha ngasesikhewini.
Ndiyambona.
I can see that person.
Okay, can you continue?
All of this to break up a protest by miners who've been demanding more pay. 10 people had been killed since the start of this illegal strike, and violence blamed on union rivalry. Now more families will be mourning. But with alleged killers among their ranks, including those who had hacked 2 police officers to death on Monday, this was the bloody aftermath. Police pursued the miners and there was gunfire for another half an hour. Tear gas and water cannon too, as they rounded up the miners who'd escaped.
And did you observe the police dragging the body of a person wearing a green top with yellow stripes on their side?
ubonile apha amapolisa abambe lo muntu onxibe into egreen bemdosa kanje bemsaphaya. Ubonile?
Ndiyibonile.
I saw that, yes.
Is that you, and did your green top have those yellow stripes on the side?
Nguwe phaya unxibe le nto egreen ne-stripes eziyellow apha ecaleni?
Andimanga.
No, that's not me.
And also on that same video, one can observe a number of people who are jumping from the back of the crawl. Did you see that?
Ubonile kuwo lo mfanekiso kukho abantu bajamba batsiba phaya ebuhlanti.
In other words, from the inside of the crawl, jumping out and running away.
Bephumela ngaphandle.
Ndiyababona.
I saw them.
And you also saw a number of policemen who came on about 6 horses, a group of policemen on horseback. Did you see that?
The policemen on horseback. Can the clip we've just been watching be rewound? Because I didn't see people jumping over the kraal. I'm not saying it's not there, but I didn't see it.
It's quite a short one, Chair. We can just play it. Can you please do AA7 again from the beginning?
Uthi umhlali ngaphambili ufuna ubona aba baphuma bejamba baphuma ebuhlanti akayibonanga kakuhle le.
Okay.
Tightly packed and staying low to the ground, with spears, sticks and machetes. South African police forced these miners into an area with razor wire. Then they boxed them in using armoured vehicles. Then this happened. All of this to break up a protest by miners who've been demanding more pay. 10 people had been killed since the start of this illegal strike. By miners who've been demanding more pay. 10 people had been killed since the start of this illegal strike.
I saw at least one person jumping over the fence of the kraal. And the others were coming from that direction.
It's more than one. Yes.
I'm sorry, that.
Yes. Mr. Makidwana, just to confirm, you saw that there's a group of people running, but at least one of them is visibly jumping from inside the kraal and running with the rest of them.
Ubabonile ababantu bebaleka besithi kodwa omnye wabo waphuma engawutsiva uphuma ebuhlanti wafika wangena kwaba abaleka kunye nabo. Ubabonile?
Ndiyambona.
I can see that person.
And can you see that those people are carrying sticks?
Uyababona ababantu baphethe indonga.
Okay, you can't, even I can't see all of them, but you can see some of them are carrying sticks.
Banye babo. Yes.
Okay. And shortly after that frame, then appears the camouflaged vehicle of what you, or at least some of the protesters referred to as the soldiers.
Apha kuthemva koko bese kuvela inqwele ezi abaqhankqalaza bazibiza ukuba ngezamasole ezizinembalabala emininzi.
Ewe.
I can see it.
And in that sequence that we saw, the one next to the crawl, is it so that the first shots came from the police, even before those two gentlemen?
No, that's absolutely not clear from the video that we've seen.
Eight.
Uthi masodala lo mfanekiso siphinde sijonge futhi bakwenzeka ntoni phaya.
I'm talking and I'm referring to the people who are shooting through the nyalas.
Uthetha abangaba badubula kusuka kwinyala badubula besezinyaleni.
Then this happened. All of this to break up a protest bomb.
Okay. Now that we've played, would you be able to confirm that several shots were shot from between the nyalas even before you appeared and then disappeared from that frame?
Phambi kokuba wena uvele uyakhumbula pha uyawavela wagqitha kwezinqola kanye. Phambi kokuba uvele apho uyakhumbula xa ujonga umfanekiso ba amapolisa lawo amanye besedubula phakathi kwehipo ezezimbini.
Ebedubula.
Yes, they were shooting.
Whether what was being shot, of course, was sharp ammunition or stun grenades or rubber bullets is a matter that the witness can't tell us about.
That's why I'm just at shots, Chairperson.
All right.
Nje kwakudutshulwa akashongo ukuba kwakudutshulwa ngeembombulo ezinjani.
My attorney tells me that you are experiencing some exhaustion. If you do want to take a break, can you just indicate? The commission, I'm sure, will oblige. But are you still fine now?
Useright ngokuvuka ba uthi ummeli xa uziva ungazukhathele kancane uthethe commission uzovumela ukuba uphumule kancane.
I'm right, maqhutyeleko.
I'm presently all right. We can go on.
May I indicate that I've been asked by the evidence leaders to take an adjournment at 2:30 so that the meeting of the parties can take place. I had mentioned it earlier, I said I didn't know when it would be. So we continue, everything else is in order, until 2:30 and take the adjournment at that stage. For the day, as far as the hearing of the Commission is concerned, will be followed by the two meetings which I referred, the first of which will be between the parties.
Njengoba umfoka ba wathi useright uthi chairman sizawuqhubeka kude kube ngo-2:30 ngoba base bemcelile okokuba kuzawuthi ngo-2:30 bafike aba bazobamba inhlanganiso nabo njengoba nitshilo zinhlanganiso ezimbili kungenzeka ukuthi xa siphuma ngo-2:30 singasabuyi.
Thank you then, Chairperson. Then I'm sure we'll be able to manage for the next 15-20 minutes. Yes, just to round off this video, Mr. Makidwana. And I'm sorry because I keep on taking you back, but I just wanted to round off the issue of why you chose, if you did, to go with this particular group of protesters.
Phindisele emva uzama ukubonisa apha nokuba usixelele wena okokuba yintoni eyenza okokuba wenze isigqibo sokuba uhamba neli qela wena elelivela apha.
I must confess I thought you'd asked that question beforehand and that he'd given an answer already. Perhaps you can withdraw the question and carry on the next point.
Uthi makaqhubeke umhlekazi uMpofu kodwa angamniki izimpendulo kokuba athini.
Yes, I'd like it to be answered again, Chair. If I did ask,
you get a different answer from the one you got last time. You asked the question, you got an answer. You asked the question again, I can only infer, unless I'm being unkind, that you're hoping to get a different answer. I don't propose to allow that. Please proceed to the next point.
Makaqhubeke uthi uyambuza lo mbuzo wamnika impendulo xa ubuza mhlawumbe ufuna enye impendulo yohlukile kulena makaqhubeke.
All right. Well, among the answers you gave when we were dealing with that topic,
I've said you've asked a question on the point, you got an answer. I don't want you to deal further with that point. You must proceed to the next point. That's my ruling.
Chairperson, I'm sorry.
That's my ruling.
No. Chairperson, I'm moving to another point.
Well, okay,
I'm simply prefacing it on the answer that he gave. Of course, I must be entitled to ask another question arising from his answer.
Uthi makangabuza umbuzo asebuzile.
Yes, thank you.
Makabuze omnye uthi mhlekazi uMpofu uphinde uya kwelinye iphuzu ngoku.
Among the answers that you gave when we were dealing with that topic was the fact that somebody had said something to the effect that you should not run and because you had done nothing wrong. Are you able to tell the Commission who that person is? Is it somebody that you can identify?
I'll obviously allow that question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm indebted to the Chairperson.
Umbuzo ulolandela emva koba uthe kwenye yezimpendulo zakho apha kukho umuntu owathi kuni apho kungamkhumbalekayo ngoba nananganto nenzanga nto ngoku umbuzo ovela kumhlekazi uMpofu kuba ungamkhumbula lo muntu kokuba ngibani xa ukuthi ngumuntu omaziyo.
Ndiyamkhumbula.
I remember who it was.
Who was it?
Kwakungubani?
Kumamboshi.
It was Mamboshi.
Thank you. I think we can move to the next footage. Sorry, just one. Yeah. The chairperson, as I understand it, the chairperson was only concerned about the issue of the people jumping, not the people on horseback. Yes, yeah, no, that was clear.
When it was replayed,
Yeah.
I saw at least one person jumping and the others were coming from the same direction.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Yes, no, we can move to the next video. He did.
May I just inquire if this is the Euronews Thursday?
No, this is, I think, UU3, which is, well, it may or may not be Euronews. What's UU3? It's number 5 in our series up there. It's Reuters, Ms. Pillay.
Mr. Apple?
Mr. Makidwana, I will ask you other questions on this video, but I just want at this stage, can you identify yourself as the person who has fallen down and is at the front of the frame, who is moving a little bit?
Lo muntu phaya kulo mfanekiso ungakwazi ukumbona ukuba ngubani?
Ndiyambona.
I can see who that person is.
Who is it?
Ubani?
Ndim.
That's me.
Okay, please continue. Okay, once again, I'll deal with this video in the same way until or unless there's an objection.
Zawuza nakulo mfanekiso olandelayo ngaphandle kokuba kukho mhlawumbe okuzawuvezwa okuyinqa.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. There's something I didn't quite see clearly on the clip.
It's a short one. Maybe you can play it again.
Well, not the entire clip. There's at the stage when the witness seems to be moving. I didn't see that clearly.
Play it again, sir.
Yes.
May I also ask an indication of what this clip is? What's it called? Is it AA7?
Subject to correction by Ms. Pillay is Exhibit UU3.
That's correct, Chair. It's UU3.
Inamba yawo lo mfanekiso u-U3 uthi ufuna ukujonga apho kuthiwa khona athi umhlekazi usanyakaza kancinci phaya ubona ukuba usaphila. Bonde phaya. I saw it.
Thank you for the indulgence.
Yes, thank you. Among the things that appear on this video, which we observed when you and I were watching it, is that after the shooting had commenced, there were shoutings of ceasefire, 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 for no less than a minimum of 10 times.
Uthi into enayiva ke nayibona xa nijonga lo mfanekiso naye uqwetha. Uthi kukho apho omnye ebizwa kokuba ceasefire kude kube kufika phaya ko-10 lokuthi ceasefire kaninzi. Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
Ndiyayikhumbula.
I remember that, yes.
And also that there were single shots which were audible at least after the ceasefire calls, which were not less than about 12.
12 shots or 12 ceasefires? 12 shots or 12 ceasefire calls?
No, 12 shots, Chairperson. Well, 10.
Okay, do we need this witness to testify on this? If necessary, there's a debate about it, we can look at the video ourselves. We don't need him to tell us what he sees and hears. We can capable of seeing and hearing ourselves. Unless there's a point you want to make through him about this point, in which case you must carry on.
There is, Chair, and apart from that, since the witness is in this picture, I think he would be the best person to confirm. He might have heard something or seen something. There's no better person in the world, Chair.
I understand what you mean.
Well, Chairperson, with respect, I don't. A person in that position that he can testify to how many shots were fired, I'm quite certain that he can't do that.
Mr. Mpofu says there's a point he wants to make from the witness. So let's let him do it.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Masiyeke umhlekazi uMpofu ayicacise leyo nto njengoba besitsho kokuba umuntu kumeko enjengale angeke akwazi ukuchaza izinto
Perhaps you
ezenzekile.
shouldn't tell him how many times, but perhaps you've done it already, but don't do it again.
Sorry, Chairperson, I didn't get that.
You don't have to tell him how many times there were shots. You've done it already, but don't do it again.
Uyaphinda ukuba angamxeleli okokuba ziqhume imbumbulu ezingaki makutsho lona ingqina.
Well, Chairperson, okay. I was doing it on the basis that I thought was agreed, but that's fine.
You said if there's an objection, then it wouldn't be.
Yes,
you
if
had an
there is.
objection, so on the basis of the ground rules you set yourself, you can't do that. So let's carry on.
Thank you.
ukuchaza umgcini sihlalo okokuba xa kukho impikiswano mayingaveli ngaye loo nto makuyivezwe linqina lakhe ngaphandle
Okay,
kokuba
let me ask you like this. When you and the other people there were shot with that volley of shots, had you already reached the road? I think we'll start asking you open questions.
Elixesha bekuqala oludubulo ke mfo kabawo wena ubosufikile phaya endleleni lebeniya kuyo kanti bungafiki.
Beningakafiki.
It was before I reached the road.
What, if anything, did the police command or ask you to do?
Ababa bephethe ke lapha emapoliseni kukho into abanixeleleyo ukuba mayenziwe noma yeniyenze.
You meaning him?
Wena ngokwakho. I'm sorry, so the plural you can be confusing sometimes. I mean the pronoun you.
Ayikho.
Nothing.
Were you not asked about your towel?
No.
No, he says he wasn't asked anything, to do anything. So you got that answer. You can't now say, well, you're not asked about something. The answer was, please, Commander did not ask me to do anything. That's the answer, by which you are bound. Please proceed.
Well, Chairperson, I don't understand this. If I'm asking a different question.
Sorry, basic principle examination in chief is you can't cross-examine your own witness. And when your own answer is witness is giving you an answer, you can't do anything which seeks to challenge the answer he gave. That's the position. That's my ruling. Please carry on.
Yes, but the other basic question, Chair, is that I must finish my question because I might be asking about being asked by somebody else. I don't understand why I get interrupted when I have not even finished my question.
Le nto ethe phakathi kukamhlekazi Mpofu no-chairperson okokuba umthetho ubeka kanjani okokuba xa ukunguwe ilingqina lakho awukwazi ukulibuza imibuzo lithi xa linikeza impendulo liphikise kuloo nto.
You started by saying, did he not tell you, which clearly was a reference to the police command.
No, I did not say that. I said, were you not asked about, and then I was interrupted.
Well, even the way you're not asked about is in itself a leading question. I suggest you reformulate the question you want to ask in a non-leading fashion.
Njengoba sisho kokuba umbuzo mawucace okokuba impendulo ethini efoneka ivezwe lelo nqina.
Can you describe to the Commission the movements that you were making which are visible on this video? And, okay, I won't deal with the next video, but on this one at least.
The movements here, meaning the way in which they were moving,
sorry, again, it's the singular. The movement which he was making while he was on the ground.
Thank you. I was not running. But I think when the shooting started, then I started running.
I think Council wants to ask you about when you were lying down after the shots, your body was moving, your arms were moving, one arm was moving. I think that's what he wants to ask you about. So have a go at asking the question again, and let's see if the witness understands it this time.
Yes, so I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter. You remember that after you fell down on the picture, we see you moving your arms or your hands.
Sowile phansi kukho into eyenzekayo ngawe kukho kunyakanyakaza okuthize isandla noma intoni kawusichazele wena
One arm,
ngelixetsha bathi baqale bakhulula itawule emva koko ke ngoku batsho bebendibetha ngabo ingalo le yenyele ke ngoku yenyele.
This was after I was told to remove the towel that I had, and then I was hit, he indicates, on the left arm,
elbow,
to a better
Yeah.
Antoni?
That
Antoni, Antoni?
that you know.
Where he says hit, I was actually shot at the left hand.
No, I'm sorry. The witness did not point to his hand.
I'm sorry, the arm. Actually, I indicate, he points in the region of the
elbow.
The elbow.
Yes, the interpreter indicated. I think he said the left-hand side and indicated his elbow.
Near the elbow. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Matlango. Yeah. All right. All right. You said you were asked to remove the towel. What did you then do about that request?
Uthi kwathiwa ususe itawule lena wenza ntoni ke ngeso sicelo wena?
Ndayisusa.
I did, I removed it.
And then yesterday you testified about further shots that were fired at you after you had fallen down. Can you, in your own words, then tell the Commission what happened from the time that we see you having just fallen and moving a little bit, and what then happened to you?
So leyo wachaza kokuba kukho ezinye imbumbulo wathi filazi masixeleke ngawakho amazwi emva kokuba sowuwile phaya sikubona unyakanyakaza phaya kuye kwenzekani ukusuka apho.
Oh, sorry, and I'm excluding from that account the shots that you have already spoken about, including the one on the elbow.
Andithi sisixelele ngalezi ezinye nale ebikubethe apho sisixelele ngayo emva koko kwasekwenzeka ntoni.
Emva koko bekukho abantu balapha ngemva kwami.
There were these people behind me
nabo bebephila
who were also alive.
nabo babethiwe.
They were also shot at. He uses the word hit.
Exesha balele phansi.
Whilst they were lying on the ground.
Kuye kwathi ngabe phinda bebuya besizapha ngakum.
When they came back towards me,
as
I was saying yesterday, if I may just find out, they were accusing me of things that I did not know. Go back. I was then again shot, indicates on his left hand side, showing on the rib cage. And again, Mr. Chairperson, on the thigh, indicates on the right hand side. And whilst this person was asking me questions, asking about the traditional doctor, Inyanga. Asking about a firearm. I said to him, I am not aware of those things. He then said to me, you are telling a lie, and then I was shot on my private parts. Again on my testicle. One person came to this policeman who was shooting and said, look, leave what you are doing, this is but a child. I had the happiness, and they were happy and saying their boss is dead. And that is when I realized that Mambush had been killed. I said to one of them, let him finish me up. He said to me, no, get away, it doesn't matter, you are going to die, but you are at any rate going to die on the way. Even those people who wanted to take photographs of me kept on asking, are you still alive? The ambulance later arrived. It was the last time I became aware of my whereabouts.
Okay. In this, on the footage that we've just seen, were you able to hear one of the people saying the words, "We'll shoot you"?
Is
the question, Chairperson, is the question whether he heard it or whether on the footage it is audible?
Tell him to say whether he could hear it on the footage. If I heard incorrectly, he'll correct me.
Yes, that's what I said.
Umbuzo kokuba uve apha kumfanekiso na ikanene uve lo ntetho usephaya.
Oh, sorry, after that answer, I'm told that it's time for the meeting.
The question again could be clarified, sir.
We're busy dealing with the point.
Yes.
I thought,
thank you,
finish the
Chairperson.
point before we have the adjourn.
I appreciate
Otherwise, it's left hanging in the air. We have to start it all again tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm sure those who are going to have the meeting will be patient with us when this point is disposed of.
Meeting. The last question again, sir, was?
No, the question was whether the witness did hear the person, the voice, let's say, during the shooting that said, "We'll shoot you."
I think you said earlier on the footage, you already said the person said that, so obviously you heard it.
Yeah.
So what you're asking now, I understand, is whether that voice could be heard on the footage.
Could be heard on the footage, yes.
Whether you're simply referring to the voice or the voice saying those things isn't clear, but perhaps you can clarify.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Oh, well, to be honest, Chair, that's exactly what I was saying. In other words, what I understood Mr. Ngalwana to be asking is whether I'm asking whether he had it on the 16th, and I can assure him that's not what I was asking.
The point, as I understand you, is never mind what he heard or didn't hear on the 16th. You're concerned now with whether he was able to hear something on the footage, which once our attention is drawn to it, we may be able to hear ourselves, particularly if the volume is turned up.
That's correct.
Something like that, right. That's the question. Let's deal with that point, and then I think that's probably an appropriate stage for us to take
Many of the things that happened that were done by the police are not shown on the videos.
Okay, we will deal with those things that are not shown in the videos tomorrow morning. Thank you, Chairperson.
The question you were asked was, when we were watching the video, particularly the last section where you are seen lying on the ground, moving slightly, moving your arm out, did you hear the voice of someone on the video, talking about shooting you? I take it that was your question, Mr. Pofu.
Sorry, I missed the answer. Yes, it was my question.
Okay. Now we've got the answer. Let's get the question. Now we've got the question. Let's get the answer.
Thank you.
I haven't received the answer as yet. Ubuzwa kokuba kukho umuntu omvile ethetha apho kokuba siza kunidubula apha kwivideo. They were shooting. They did not say they were going to shoot us.
Okay,
Chair, seems to dispose at that point.
Continue.
On that basis, we'll adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you, Chair.
Sesingena kusasa ngomsongo past 9 kusasa.
All parties attending the meeting will be held immediately in the chamber where we usually meet.
Okay, ba ka mo tlhatlhella for eng.
Are.
Ukubona kumzile ukhona.
Capture a capture a meeting. Ilur बहुत छोरे लगा हो ना ये हमारे ilur ना भाई डाइट चार्ज बता दीजिए this is private so this meeting कितने ना सजा बना जाओ जाओ नहीं कर लो